And hello to everyone out there today. It is I, Daxayomi. Hello, everyone. Hope you're doing well. I am definitely currently going to be like having to preface everything today as being like, it is storming outside. I had to babysit the dog for a hot minute because it was, well, the dog was being very nervous and just very just like, ugh. Like, they do not like storms whatsoever. And I'm just like, well, my roommate will be here before long. I guess I'll just make sure to keep them company so that they don't completely freak out. And it's really funny that I have this like little space in my little closet that they just will just like slink off into and will just be like, this is my safe spot. And I'm just like, aw. Because like last time that there was like a really big storm, that's like exactly where they went, because they were just like, they just wanted to be somewhere that's more enclosed and safe. And I'm like, aw, you sweet little bean. But yeah, hello everyone. I hope you're all doing well today. I was thinking about maybe continuing with Hades. I do want to eventually continue with that, but I kind of want to wait until I can get my chair fully, like, replaced. Because I kind of like being able to, like, shift my chair a lot, especially during something that's more, like, intensive, like Hades. Whereas, like, with this one, I can be a little bit more, like, easygoing about where my positions of things are. So I've decided to go ahead and actually do the Ace Attorney Investigations because I've never played it before. And I just am very curious to give it a shot and see how I like it. I know a lot of friends love that particular game, so I'm going to give it a shot and see what I can do with it. So, why don't we go ahead and mosey on into it. I already had to like open up the game so I can make sure it played fine and everything the first go around, which it did, luckily. Hold on, give me a minute. Please. There we go. Oh. Hello, we are now... Let's see. I've never played this series before. I didn't even know this series was a thing until, like... God, it was, like, so many years ago. But now I'm gonna have fun, like, going through this and seeing what I can do. So we have Investigations, Prosecutor's Gambit.
Wow.
Oh, we have one... Okay, so it's 1 and 2. Interesting. So hi, Baku. How are you? I'm gonna have fun playing this. I've never done something like this before. And I am going to be playing it with a beautiful Miles Edgeworth because... Like, yeah, the pixel arts... I didn't grow up with the pixel art, so I don't have any, like, fond memories of this in particular. So I'd rather just be like, I want the nice preview art. Start from this episode? Yes! Everything old is new. Shut up, game. Already got my first achievement. March 14th, 1:16 a.m. Question mark. To make sure the defendant is found guilty, what other choice do I have? That's the job of a prosecutor, after all. That may be true, but why? Why go this far? Sorry, maybe I wasn't clear enough, but a guilty verdict is all that matters to me. No matter what the cost. I'm a prodigy among prosecutors. Always have been, always will be. March 14th, 2:05 a.m. Prosecutors Building, 12th floor, hallway. Ooh, Olive Garden, nice. And bowling! I haven't been bowling in what feels like forever. Hold on. Just being annoying with somebody. It would be as if he was holding a Nerf dart gun and said, "Shut up. I'm gonna toss you." It's Edgeworth! It's hard to believe that I've been away from my office for a whole month. I hope Detective Gumshoe has been keeping an eye on my office and keeping it clean. The door's unlocked. Detective Gumshoe? What's the smell? It's very familiar. Blood? What the? What's the meaning of this? Freeze! Identify yourself. Shut up! You got some nerve committing murder in a prosecutor's office. Is that a threat? Let me make one thing very clear. What? No one gets away with committing murder in my office. No one. My name is Miles Edgeworth, and I work as a prosecutor in my local district. Little did I know that upon my return home after a month abroad, I would be thrusted into a multitude of cases and some very frantic and busy days. March 14th, 2:56 a.m. High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. I finished photographing the victim's body, sir. Very well, please continue your investigation. Yes, sir. Ah! Mr. Edgeworth, sir, are you okay, sir? Look at him, he's so cute. Keep it down, detective. This is a crime scene. When I heard that a murder had taken place in your office, I ran up here straight away. Look how handsome he is. He's so dashing. Oh. This is Dick Gumshoe. He's a detective with the local precinct, and the one they assigned to handle this murder case for the time being. You're looking a little pale, sir. Are you hurt? No, I'm perfectly fine. However... Look what they did to your office! It's totally trashed! I'll say, the culprit sullied my floor with dirt rather well. No one gets away with tracking mud into my office. Whoa, sounds like you're getting really burned up over this whole thing. This crime was committed in my office, so it is my responsibility to solve it. That's just like you, Mr. Edgeworth. Okay, time to do some investigating. Agreed. Our first course of action is to gather relevant facts and leads. We must not overlook anything, no matter how small, if we are to find the truth. So I'll keep any leads or information we find etched in the forefront of my mind. Speaking of things that piqued my curiosity, why of all places did the murder occur in my office? Is it really coincidence that the murder took place in my office. I get the nagging feeling that this is something important to keep in mind. Yeah, I was wondering that myself, sir. I mean, you can't really say it's just a coincidence, can you? No, not really, especially because of this. The key to your office? For security reasons, this office door has a lock built into it. What do you mean, sir? If you think about it carefully and use logic, it should become clear to you. Logic? In this universe? Logic? By finding the connection between two pieces of information and connecting them, new information is born. That is the end result of using logic. I mean, yeah, I suppose. I mean, I don't know how impressive that really is to... So how do you use it? Of course, Gumshoe would ask this question. First, I recall the information we've gathered with Q, and then I connect them together with T. Now to use Q and recall the facts. For security reasons, all prosecutors' doors are outfitted with locks. Which means it would have been hard for the murderer and the victim to get in here. Ergo, it's impossible to dismiss the location of this crime as mere coincidence. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking, sir. There must be a reason why someone infiltrated my room. What's the killer after? You're really on the ball today, Mr. Edgeworth. That's some beautiful logic, sir. Yes, well, when you follow leads to their conclusions, only the truth remains. However, if the information doesn't line up properly, I may stray far from the truth as well. But if I think carefully before piecing leads together, the logic should flow. Well, let's get started with our investigation, shall we? Yes, sir! Beginning investigation! The basis of any good investigation is to examine everything, sir. I know that, and when I want to examine something, I simply use space when I'm next to it. Oh, and if you ever feel lost or want to talk, just use T, okay? I'll give you a great precise advice as an ace investigator, sir. Something to try later if I have free time, I suppose. Proof of my profession, however, I prefer to keep it in my pocket. The victim in this case, why was he killed in my office? Homicide detective and local, in charge of the initial investigation, and he's 32, he's so cute. Okay. Do you have anything to report? Yes, sir. Sir, yes, sir. Nothing out of the ordinary right now, sir. And yet, there's something out of the ordinary right in front of my eyes. Talk about a contradiction. Something out of the ordinary, huh? I should look around a bit more. Not gonna... Don't you wanna look at the... They finished photographing the body, so it should be alright to examine this area. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. What do we have here? Hey, I think I've seen one of these before. It's a police badge, detective. Oh, hey! I have the exact same thing, actually. What a goinkydink. Let's take a look inside. Buddy Faith! Mr. Buddy Faith. It would appear that our victim was a detective, just like you. don't believe it! I packed those files on these shelves so tight! It's not even an earthquake can make them fall off. Just look at them. At this rate, the rest of the files won't be able to withstand an earthquake at all. A problem, to be sure. Well, once the investigation's over, we'll put them back up on the shelf. Let's see here. There's blood all over his lower abdominal area. It looks like the bullet passed clean through his stomach. I'm sorry. It looks like the bullet passed clean through his stomach area, sir. In other words, he was shot. I got sudden flashbacks now to just LA Noire. You know, I kind of wish LA Noire was not so fucking janky as it is, though. Yep. And until the autopsy is done, I don't think we'll know much more than that. Please have the bodies sent to the morgue once they're done processing the crime scene. The bullet went clean through the victim's abdomen. The body was found at around 2:05 a.m. Are you going to be okay with keeping track of the evidence we find, sir? Of course. This is the safest way I know to keep track of it all. Alright, if you say so. I keep all the evidence I find either in or with my organizer. When I want to re-examine a piece, I have but to press E to open my organizer. The organizer isn't only for evidence, I keep people's profiles on hand in it too. It's probably a good idea to make a habit of checking the facts often. Files are all over the floor, sir. They probably fell during the struggle between the victim and his killer. Pointing to a struggle between the victim and the killer. And I tried so hard to keep this place spotless while you were away. This just rendered all the time and effort I put in pointless. I don't recall ever asking you to clean my room. Well, I watered the flowers every day, just like you requested, sir. I just added cleaning to the list as a weekend special. For about half a day every Saturday, I'd come in and clean this place until it sparkled. Does he have a life? And nothing else on the body. I see it right there, and it's just like, nope. Watch out for the teacup fragments there, sir. Ugh, a killer is going to pay this tea set. You're really mad over this. This tea set is very dear to my heart, can only be bought in England. It costs more than your whole month's paycheck. What? Now I feel like the killer has wasted one of my monthly paychecks. It's been a while since I've sat at this desk. Oh, how I've missed you. It's so tidy that it looks newer than when I first bought it. Oh, yeah, that thing's so polished it makes mirrors jealous. Don't tell me you had no other work the entire time I was away, Detective. My job is to protect your office, sir. And you did such a good job protecting it that a murder occurred in it. That's harsh, sir. I have to admit the desk has never looked better, so I guess I can't dock his pay. Oh, it's your trophy! The, Knight of Prosecutors, right? King of Prosecutors, and it's not a trophy, it's a shield. They only send this to the winning prosecutor, right? Yes, but I have no real interest in the perceived worth of other people. As for my own worth, that is something only I can determine for myself. That's so slick, sir! I'm gonna have to try saying that sometime. Fortunately for him, his monetary worth is tied directly to his worth to me. Well, it's a good thing my Steel Samurai doll was spared any harm. Speaking of which, I still haven't actually sat down and watched any of that show. What's it about again? Well, I don't know much about it myself, but the hero of the Steel Samurai War of Neo Old Tokyo is the Steel Samurai. And his goal is to defeat the evil magistrate. It's a show geared towards kids. However, its high production values and riveting plot draws in a number of adults as well. Spin-offs like Pink Princess, Warrior of Little Old Tokyo, and The Nickel Samurai, along with a deluge of merchandise and even a new stage show gives it presence. You sure know a lot. Are you sure you're not some sort of rabid fanboy? Of course not! Anyone that keeps up with society knows at least this much. And that conversation lasted longer than expected. Let us return to the investigation. Is this yet another batch of fresh flowers? The ones that came with a card attached every month like clockwork for you. Yep. Speaking of that, let's see what's on the card this month, sir. All will be resolved. Wendy. Oh, Miss Irony, how painful are thy thorns. Wendy, isn't that the name of the old lady with a whiny voice that stopped? That's enough, detective. You need not remind me further. Don't know much about hyperfixation, but here's everything about hyperfixation. How's it coming along? Please, I need absolute silence. Fingerprint lifting is a delicate art. Well, I never. I hope we can solve this case quickly. I'd like to return to relaxing on the sofa. That thing looks a billion times softer than my mattress at home. Can I sit on it too, just for a little while, sir? Detective Gumshoe, you know I can't allow that. Until this case is solved, neither of us has time to spare, let alone rest. You're right, sir. I'm gonna work hard and be a real trooper to the end. Even once this case is over, I don't think you can afford to take any time off. We here, could this perhaps be the murder weapon? If so, it would mean that the killer made their escape after disposing of their gun here. I think I've seen one of these before. Care to enlighten me as to where? I know! I was issued the exact same model, I think. Detective. I don't really like guns all that much. I mean, they're really dangerous. But now that I think about it, you do see this model around the precinct a lot, sir. I don't use mine much, except in emergencies, so that's why I don't recognize it. So it's the same type of revolver as the one used by the precinct's detectives. I seem to have gathered a few pieces of pertinent information. Now to calmly use some logic and figure out if any of them are connected to each other. I wonder... Oh, I can save whenever I feel like it. Yay! Yay! That's useful. The victim is the detective and the revolver. Revolver, the standard model used by detectives. Could it have belonged to our recently departed? Detective Gumshoe, could you please thoroughly check the victim's body one more time? Yes, sir! On it now, sir! Excuse me, pal. Let's see. What have we got here? Mr. Edwards, sir, the guy's wearing a gun holster. So it appears that our killer somehow managed to make the victim's gun from here. Managed to take the victim's gun from him. It can be assumed that the gun is the murder weapon it was issued to the victim. Let's see, what else can we find out about this revolver? As I always say, you gotta look real carefully at each piece of evidence. You can use the direction pads to rotate an object. There's no such thing as a bad angle. Use the Q and E to zoom in and get in at the nitty-gritty. To think it is so easy to take a life with just the pull of a trigger. You know, I can't ever see myself really liking guns. Oh, but I love the ones they use at track and field meets to start races. If you take off before it's fired, everyone always ends up following your lead. To chase you down for a false stop, detective. Now you mention it, even when I finish first, I always wind up in last place. It looks like only one round was fired from this. Oh. Wow, so the killer killed the Vic with just one shot after wrestling the gun from him? Sounds like the guy knew how to handle a gun, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? We have no proof for now, but this is a distinct possibility. I guess this is about all we're going to find out. We should send the body to Jim! Oh, why? How could this have happened to a guy like you? Are you alright? Don't touch me! Leave me alone! Just let me be! Sorry, but I can't do that. The investigation is still ongoing, so please refrain from touching the body. The body? The body? Don't talk about him like he's just some lump of flesh. Look at him. Jim looks like he's been turned in for the night. Sure, just a bloodstained suit, pal. Where are my manners? Aren't you that prosecutor? Why, yes I am. I'm Jack... What was it? Jack Portman? Is it Jacka's Portsman Prosecutor? Jim here was my partner in crime busting. I'm Miles Edgeworth, and like you, I am also a prosecutor. Detective Dick Gumshoe, sir. So you're Miles Edgeworth. I guess this is your office. Yes, that is correct. Then it was you. You're the one who killed Jim. Hey, don't go around jumping to conclusions, pal. Just calm down, okay? I will not. I know how things work around here. High prosecutor's office doors all have locks built into them. And only the owner of the office has the key to his or her own office door. That is correct. However, I was not the one who killed your partner. Yeah, Mr. Edgeworth has been overseas on a business trip this whole time, pal. And the key to the door was with me the entire time, okay? So the only one who could get in here was me. Wait, that means... I'm not sure what that means. So it was you then. You're Jim's killer. I believe the pun is jock sportsman. I was being like, it's like, God, I hate French. And I'm just like, yes, I'm pretty sure that is jock sportsman. Which is like, I hate it here. No way, pal, you got it all wrong. Everyone calm down. Mr. Portsman, correct? If you are a real prosecutor, you should know to stay collected. The investigation has only just begun. Isn't it too early to be drawing conclusions? Alright, I get the point. Alright, my mistake. I tend to get a little too hot-headed sometimes. You sure are one cool customer, though, Mr. Edgeworth. I've heard all of the rumors about you. You're the great genius prosecutor. You're something of a legend, you know. Anyway, let's call a truce and work together, okay? Now, how about a handshake to seal the deal? A pleasure to work with you. You guys were conducting your investigation, right? Sorry for barging in like that. Carry on, then. It's your room, after all. Thank you, I intend to. I just want a little more time to say goodbye to Jim. You there! Sir? I want you to capture this scene on film for me. My final farewell to my partner, Jim. I should probably give them some space. Your jacket, sir! What's it doing on the floor? It must have fallen off the wall when the killer tried to threaten me by firing a round. So the killer not only shot the victim, but they shot your jacket as well. Oh, wait a minute, then why are there not two guns? They dared to shoot the ultra special jacket that you made your prosecutorial debut in. What if they had shot through it? It would have been a disaster. It's not worth getting worked up over, Detective, not when there's something more here. Like what? I take it you haven't noticed it yet, Detective. There is a giant contradiction right here in front of us. Really? Did I say contradiction? He must be rubbing off on me. I'm starting to sound like him. But I have my own methods, and I will conduct this investigation my way. When the scene before me contradicts a piece of evidence or seems off, that's when my deductive skills come into play. First, I have to find the spot that holds the contradiction. This is it. This bullet hole is where the contradiction lies. When I spot something that's off, I should point my cursor and press the T with conviction. And when I have found sufficient proof to prove the contradiction, I present it! This is how I do things. Only one shot fired. Eureka! Eureka! I'm sorry. The bullet hole is the contradiction. What do you mean, sir? It's elementary. 2 shots were fired in this room. The first felled the victim, and the second felled this frame. Hey, that's right! However, the gun was only fired once. Hey, that's true too! Which means that one of these 2 bullets was fired from a different gun. Did the killer have another gun prepared for tonight? Could there be another gun in play here? By the way, I noticed something, sir. Yes? What's that thing sticking out from behind the frame? That. It's a secret safe. A secret safe? Oh, I smell money! I'll spare us the trouble and just say it. Nothing like that. Nothing like what you're imagining is inside. Now, if you could kindly move this frame out of the way. Roger that! Talk about dusty. I suppose that's what happens when I'm not here to dust it once in a while. I had no idea there was a safe here, or I had kept it clean for you, sir. So, when did you put this thing in? It wasn't something I had installed personally. Every prosecutor's office has one. Really? I had no idea. Well, only prosecutors are supposed to have knowledge of their existence. So what's inside, Mr. Edgeworth? Right now, nothing. You only use them to store especially important evidence when a trial is in session. That's it? Talk about squashing my hopes and dreams. Each prosecutor has one in their office. Only they know of them. Trial evidence use. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Now this is odd. You found something, sir? This keypad, don't you find it a bit too clean? Yeah, there's a thick layer of dust all around it, but not on the keypad itself. You there, the forensic scientist. Yes, sir? Could you please dust this area for fingerprints? You got it, sir. I couldn't find, let alone lift a single print. Looks like it was wiped down well. Each prosecutor has prints were wiped. As I thought. It appears that logic is the only way around this setback. Time to rationally and calmly connect the dots with the information we have. already finished examining this area, but it never hurts to look again. I never knew there was a safe hidden back here. Well, if detectives knew about them, then they would be secret, now would they? Are there any other secret hidden things in this room? Even if there was, it would defeat the purpose of them being hidden if I told you. So don't bother looking for them. So there's no, like, hidden camera around here? And what if there was? No, it's nothing! Forget I said anything! Do I even want to ask what he's been doing in my office while I've been away? Oh, I see. It's so that if you want to catch up on other silly little things, you can. They even knocked over your chess set! I had it all set up, ready for when you got back. I figured we could play a few games. I had no idea you weren't interested in chess. I'm actually pretty good at checkers, so I thought I'd give chess a try. In that case, I suppose I can set some time aside after we solve this case. Though I don't expect the games to tax my mental acuity much. Mr. Portsman, a word if I may. Jim, I swear I'll find your killer, bring them to justice. Wait and see, it'll be for the both of us. Now then, you wanted to talk with me about something? No, that's alright. I feel like I'm interrupting their conversation. How's it coming along? Please, I need absolute silence. This picture is too important to mess up. I'll leave the man to his art. Cool. What do we got? Also, hello, Draconian. How are you doing? I guess I'm just gonna have to try and logic it out then. Alright. So something about the wiped fingerprints. All the fingerprints on this have been wiped clean. This was probably the killer's goal then, I guess. I believe I figured out what the murderer was after. Well, what is it, sir? The fact that the safe was wiped clean of fingerprints suggests that the criminal had at least attempted to open my safe, making the culprit's motive for breaking it and entering theft, I believe. Gucci finished cardio day early, so eating dinner. Oh, what are you having for dinner? So the culprit tried to open my safe. Was the killer motivation theft? I wonder if knowing that the motive behind this break-in was theft changes what the other pieces of information can tell me about this crime. My files are a mess, pointing to a struggle between the victim and the killer. Maybe it wasn't a sign of struggle. There is a possibility that the files splayed on the floor are not the result of a struggle between the victim and his killer. Oh? You mean like it could be from when the killer tried to find something, sir? Precisely. We need to figure out if any of the files have been stolen. Yes, sir. I'm gonna shelve files like you've never seen before, even at a library. Sure. Let's give that a try. Why do all the good ones always die young? Surely you must ponder that every once in a while, Mr. Edgeworth. No matter how much we lament, the dead will not come back to life. Hi, Busy Bee. Chicken rice and chicken breast. Ooh. All we can do is search for the truth. I should hydrate. Busy Bee, are you excited I'm playing this game? In weather. It's been storming, but you know, I'm here. And so what are we supposed to do? How do we go about finding the truth? First, we calmly restore the files to the rightful place. You got it. Here, let me help. So this file goes here, and that book goes there. You sure know a lot about where things go, despite it being Mr. Edgeworth's office. Because I'm the one who keeps it tidy, pal, okay? Done. It would appear that the murder was definitely committed here. Yeah, the bloodstains on the bookshelf are still fresh. I suspect that the victim was killed in a standing position, hence the prints on the shelf. And then the guy fell onto the floor, right? The blood on the floor kinda grossing me out. Detective, I don't have the time to deal with your weak stomach right now. It's yummy, part of my diet I'm on. I'm glad that you're at least enjoying it. I do love me a Miles, it's true. But you know I'm no good with blood, sir. I'm certain there's something wrong with this picture. Wait a minute. So this is where the bullet lodged itself. So this is where the bullet lodged itself after it went through the victim, huh? Well, the bullet to be lodged so squarely in a file's spine indicates that the files were ransacked after the shooting had occurred. Then I guess the victim was moved because he was in the killer's way. The victim's handprints. He must have tried to support himself with his hands after being shot. There are prints on the floor, too. Those must have been made when, unable to stay standing, he dropped to the floor. I put them all back, just as they should be, sir. Doesn't look like anything's missing. Although, it does look like the killer moved the body to flip through my shelves. Wonder if they found what they were looking for. It appears that the victim was in a sitting position here after being shot. Oh, so that's why the seat of the victim's pants has blood on it. That would be the logical conclusion. Oh, time to deduce. Is this spot somewhere connected to any of the evidence I hold? Well, the bullet went clean through the abdomen. So, how was he shot already standing? Eureka! Don't you see? Quite simply, the bullet hole itself is too low. If the victim was shot in the stomach, the hole should be much higher up. But what if the guy was shot while he was sitting or lying down, sir? That would be illogical. The victim leaned against his shelf right here after being shot, which suggests that he was standing when he was shot. Then that means... Wait, what does that mean, sir? It means you need to use your brain every once in a while instead of mine, detective. In any case, it means someone made a faulty assumption. And it was from this mistake that our current contradiction was born. What is the faulty assumption that caused this problem? Position of the handprints. Hold on. The order of the files, which 3A, B, C, OA, OB, OC, OD. Oh, wait, yeah. Why does it go from... Because the logic here is that it's basically 1B, like, here and here, so it's the order of files. I believe the order of the files is a bit off. You mean I put them back in the wrong order just now? Hey, actually, I think the label and the files are wrong, sir. Oh. Yeah. You see, here how the files that were shot begin with the number 0. What are those doing all the way down there after 1, 2, and 3? That's really weird. Actually, the way they are organized now is the correct order. They are exactly as I see them in my mind's eye. But the numbers are all out of order. Those white binders are special, so they are arranged a little differently. But from this, we know that the files were not in this order when the crime occurred. Aha, so that's it. I believe the killer made the same incorrect assumptions as you just did, Detective. Let's rearrange the files in numerical order and see what we find. Do you think it'd be okay to prop the body back up to how it was before it was moved? They finished processing the crime scene, so I don't see why it wouldn't be. If you please, Detective Gumshoe. As I suspected, the bullet hole is now where it should logically be. The killer went through my files first before shooting Mr. Faith. And then he put the files back in numerical order, I guess. Oh, I'm not picky. I was on brown rice with quinoa and chicken breast. It's trained me. Unfortunately, I kind of like having diversity. I can't only eat one thing at a time like that. But that's just me personally. Although recently I've been really enjoying this salad that I actually cut up a lot of the ingredients and then added on top of it. And then I'll add like a chicken breast or some fish on top of it, which that's been kind of nice. And of course I use plenty of ranch because I'm a heathen, but... Exactly, and then proceeded to shoot the victim. But why would someone kill a man? But why would someone kill a man and then look through your files one more time? Puzzling indeed. The files were thrown into disarray twice. Once before and once after the crime, but why? Once before and once after. Now that the crime scene is as it was at the time of the murder, time to give it another look. This? What is that? What is that? Why does it say Gumshoe on there in blood? I'd say that's some incredibly incriminating evidence. Yes, indicative of criminal activity indeed. Oh, wait, there's gotta be some mistake. Mr. Edgeworth, sir, help me, say something, sir. It appears that one of my files was stolen. Is that all, sir? What about me and my situation? Is this what I have expected it to say, Maya? You know, honestly, Maya's been indicted of murders so many times. It really is just like, Maya, you are like a mistress of bad luck here. Is this what the killer was really after? One of the files that were written upon in blood was stolen by the culprit. Investigation complete. Looks like Jim was able to leave us the name of his killer in the end. And this most important message managed to reach us. I'm telling you, it wasn't me! You can't be terribly pleased to hear that your beloved partner is the guilty party. If you're going to accuse Detective Gumshoe of being the culprit, I sincerely hope you have some proof to back it up. Jim's words, they're more than enough, wouldn't you say? If that's how you want to play it, then at least allow me to understand your reasoning. You got it. I don't like this one bit. There's something strange about this man's attitude. And there must be some sort of flaw to his logic waiting for me to dig out. Okay, actually I'm doing pretty okay with the logic stuff so far. This is all very new to me, so I'm kind of like feeling very cautious about a lot of this. Mr. Edgeworth, what are we going to do? What I always do in court, I'm going to cross-examine him. One way or another, I will expose the flaw in his logic with this technique. Oh, how do you do that? Can you explain it to me, sir? I swallow. Alright, first I listen to the witness's testimony. If I find a flaw in the testimony, something that contradicts the evidence, I open my organizer with E and present the piece of contradictory evidence. To present something, I simply use T, but that's old news. But it's not like there's gonna be a flaw in their testimony every time, right? Correct, and at those times I need to press the witness with Q. Sometimes by pressing I can draw out new information and new or modified testimony. I get it, sir. I'll be sure to try this technique out during investigations too. Very well, I'll even show you how it's done. Now watch carefully. Mr. Portman's logic. Detective Gumshoe, you stole Jim's gun from him and shot him dead. Furthermore, you messed up the files to make it look like you had committed the theft instead. That's when you moved Jim's body that was sitting in front of the bookshelf. But thanks to that, you didn't notice the bloody letters his body was hiding. And it will be his final words that you will be brought to justice. You intend to argue that the victim's dying message points to his killer. I can hear Jim's voice, and he's calling for his killer's arrest. Are you sure you're not mishearing his words, Mr. Portsman? There's no way Detective Gumshoe is the culprit here. I will find the flaw in this man's logic, and expose it with credible evidence. Well, hold on. Thanks to that, you didn't notice the bloody letters his body was hiding. But the bloody letters are incomplete.
Objection!
Perhaps you're not aware, Mr. Portsman, but there is a serious flaw in your logic. Bringing a bit of the courtroom into this, I see. No problem, I'm game. I can't help but find it odd. Excuse me? All that a fellow prosecutor would be brought down by the power of his own office. What are you talking about? Oh, you're joking, I get it. If you have the time to laugh, then you have the time to take another closer look at this. Do you still not see it? If not, may I direct your attention to the missing file? What? That's impossible! What's impossible, Mr. Portsman? Nothing. The files on that shelf are all about a certain case. When the killer went to take the file after murdering her partner, I highly doubt they could have missed the bloody letters written on the spines.
Objection!
It's possible that they could have taken the file before committing the murder. I think it's pretty obvious that the file was stolen after it was written on. The missing letters in the detective's names with the file should be as proof. Yeah, I mean, the S is gone, and there's only half an H. If Detective Gumshoe really was the culprit of this case, I highly doubt that even he could overlook his own name written in blood on the files. Especially as a detective who can't stand the sight of blood. Which means, what exactly? What does that make this dying message? It makes it the work of a criminal intent on tampering with the crime scene. That's so low. I can't believe the criminal tried to pin this whole thing on me, sir. I'm gonna get him, sir. You'll see. I'm gonna have them under arrest in no time. Well, Mr. Portsman. Brilliant! Absolutely splendid! Logic deserving Olympic gold. I appreciate the praise, but it doesn't change the fact that your reasoning is flawed. Meh, you win some and you lose some. That's how life goes. Glad everyone's so cheery, even though I feel more dead than alive. But you know, it really is a shame. I really didn't want to have to bring this up, however. What is it this time? Are you still after me, pal? Humor me for a second. Who has the key to this office? That would be me! But Mr. Edwards just proved that I'm innocent, pal. That's absolutely right, and I acknowledge your innocence. Then why do I sense that you still have something to say? Well, I was thinking, did you know there is one other person with a key to this office? I love how he keeps trying to, like, take his little thing on and off, and it's just like, what are you doing? One other person. Hey, you there! Yes, sir? What is it, sir? Would you kindly fetch and escort that lovely young lady here for me? A lady? The girl is a member of this building's security. Think of her as a material witness. Security? Did you say security? No, stop it, pal, don't! What's wrong with him all of a sudden? Is it Bird? I believe she needs no introduction. I have called upon Miss Maggie Bird, a member of security. It is Maggie Bird. Detective Gumshoe, sir. Maggie! Miss Bird is the security guard on watch tonight. I see, and your point is... My point is that she could very well have used it. And by it, I mean the master key, which can open all the office doors in this building. What? If you're not the guilty party, Detective Gumshoe, then the only other person with access to this room is Miss Bird. How dare you! I would never sneak into someone's room! That's right, I refuse to believe that Maggie's the culprit, pal. It was me, that's right, I did it! Can we take that as a confession, Detective? Well, it wasn't really me, but it definitely wasn't Maggie, pal. So yeah, it was me. If it was, then you'd have no problem with that, right? Please refrain from flying off the handle, Detective. There's no need for such theatrics. Listen to your boss, Detective. He understands what I'm saying here. That girl is the only one who could have committed the crime, and for one simple reason. It's pretty obvious that Miss Bird snuck into your room using the master key. I mean, if Detective Gumshoe isn't the one who opened the door, then that leaves only Miss Bird as our prime suspect. On top of that, she knows her good detective, doesn't she? Making it all the more probable that she was the one who faked the dying message. So you're saying she used the master key. This can open every office door. Its use is controlled by security staff. Incredibly incriminating evidence, wouldn't you say? That's what you claimed about the evidence earlier as well. And that was then, this is now. The flow of a good match always changes during a rally. It's all about your reflex and reaction time, especially for an athlete like me. I wonder if there was anyone else other than Miss Bird who could have used the Master Key. It seems that the only way to get Mr. Portsman to give me more details is to press him. It's pretty obvious. Snuck in here using the Master Key. That leaves only Miss Bird as our prime suspect.
Hold it!
Is there anyone in this district who hasn't at least heard of Detective Gumshoe? Good point. He's practically a celebrity amongst us prosecutors. Really? I never knew I was so talked about, sir. We're holding our collective breath, you know. For when you screw up so badly that you're literally chased off the forest. What? Is that true, Mr. Edgeworth? Oh, of course not. That's hogwash. Don't scare me like that. I almost had a heart attack there.
Hold it!
By dying message, you mean the bloody letters that spell out Gumshoe. I figured that whoever wrote this his name must have wanted to frame him. And just the act of choosing his name is proof enough that the two knew each other well. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and present some evidence! I would love to, but first we should listen a bit more and digest what he's saying.
Hold it!
Are you sure Miss Bird is the only member of security who could have used the Master Key? There's only one person on staff at this time of night, and tonight she's it. Isn't that right, Miss Bird? That's, true, but I wasn't able to use the Master Key at the time of the crime, sir. Wasn't able to? What's that supposed to mean? Yeah, moving on. I hate to get sidetracked by something unrelated. What do you mean unrelated? I want to hear what she has to say, pal. But you can't really trust her not to tell lies, plus I hate wasting time. Should I hear Miss Bird out? Ask for more details. Not so fast. I too am interested in hearing what Miss Bird has to say. Didn't I just say it would be a waste of time? We don't need to hear her lies. I'll be the judge of that. Miss Bird, if you please. I discovered that the Master Key was missing at around 1 AM, sir. What do you mean by missing? As in, it wasn't anywhere in the security booth, sir. The killer must have stole it. Mr. Portsman, I believe this would be an important piece of testimony, don't you? I can't believe that someone like you would be taken in by such words. I'm not lying, sir.
Objection!
If that's the case, then I'd like to know why you have the Master Key now. I don't quite know. It just reappeared all of a sudden, sir. A likely story, and where is your proof that the key was stolen to begin with? I bet you just forgot where you put it and then found it again. You never lose things. I can practically guarantee that. With me, if something disappears, it's usually because someone stole it. Yeah, pal, trust me, you don't want to test just how bad her luck is. Unfortunately, I can't deem this piece of testimony as conclusive. Do you agree, Mr. Edgeworth? But you still haven't established Maggie's motive for breaking into Mr. Edgeworth's office. Her motive? Didn't we already establish that it was theft? I mean, the culprit clearly went through the bookshelves and at least tried the safe. It is as Mr. Portsman says, Detective. I can't ignore the fact that all the evidence points towards a motive of theft. But I'm done taking blows. It's time to counteract with a few facts of my own. I'd say it was thievery. Why do we know that theft, although it's the motive, why Maggie wouldn't know? Actually, it's Maggie can't be the thief because there's one thing about the safe, is that only they know of them. She's not a prosecutor, she's just staff.
Objection!
Do you wish to continue insisting that Miss Bird was set on stealing something? Why not? It's the truth after all. It was also by your logic that we came to the whole thievery conclusion anyway. That may be, but you must also be aware of the fact that the safe is a secret safe. The existence of which is only privy to prosecutors. I find it a little hard to believe that a hidden safe was a part of her cunning plan. But she could have found it by accident while she was turning everything else upside down. I highly doubt that. I'd say the culprit knew exactly what they were looking for. After all, only the bookshelf and the safe were targeted. Yeah, even I didn't know about that safe, pal. And that means there's no way Maggie could have known about it either. Then, are you proposing that the killer is a prosecutor? Interesting conclusion. That's definitely looking more and more probable. What's wrong, prosecutor? Do you have a different suspect in mind now? Curses, what made you... What's with the angry face all of a sudden? It's all my fault. What do you mean? It's Jim. He knew about the existence of the secret safes. What did you just say? We were partners, like inseparable conjoined twins. That's why I told him. I filled him in on the secret safes. Then that means... Yeah, I know. I had only just told him too. Obviously it was wrong of me to tell him. I still can't quite believe it, but the thief who broke into your room was probably Jim. Now he's claiming the victim was the thief. And you were simply trying to stop him, weren't you? Miss Maggie Bird? Excuse me? I mean, you are a security guard, right? That's your job. But killing is going a bit too far, even in your risky profession. What the? You're still accusing Maggie of the murder? Yes and no. I mean, she had stumbled upon Jim, who had probably drawn his gun. I get it. It was self-defense, wasn't it? No, I couldn't. I could never do something like that. Not even as a security guard, sir. Plus, even if he was the thief, he wouldn't have a key to this office. Which is precisely why he had to steal it, wouldn't you say? It was Jim who stole the master key. Pretty impossible for a supposedly stolen key to be here with us unless... Well, unless you retrieved it from Jim after you killed him. Mr. Portsman, are you honestly accusing your own partner of being a thief? I don't want to admit it, but it's the only way for everything else to make sense. Has he no honor? Now then, I think we're done here. The investigation waits for no man. Would you people be so kind as to see yourselves out? You can't kick us out. This is Mr. Edwards' office. Ooh, that was a loud thunderbolt. But I'm the one who's been assigned to this case. You are all suspects to varying degrees and therefore ineligible to run this show. Listen, pal, how many times do I have to say this? Maggie can't be the culprit. Detective Gumshoe, calm yourself. But, sir... We have no choice but to accommodate his request for now. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. At least one of you understands. Now then, if you could remove yourselves from my crime scene, I'd be most grateful. Mark my words, Mr. Portsman, we will meet again. If that's a formal request from the legendary prosecutor himself, then I suppose so. Now don't disappoint me, you hear? Ooh. Well, that was fun. I'm enjoying this so far. What is with that prosecutor? I can't believe how rude he was. It was unbelievable. Please maintain your professionalism, detective. I'm gonna find some real solid evidence proving Maggie's evidence. You'll see, sir. But we've been kicked out of the crime scene, sir. True. So then, what now? Looks like my life's fallen into yet another gigantic ditch. Do not despair, Miss Bird. We can overcome this as well. There are many other places and things we should be looking into anyway. Really, sir? For example, this hallway. The linchpin of this argument against Miss Bird is related to the Master Key. In that case, this hallway is the perfect place to look for more information regarding the mysterious surrounding my door. Begin investigation! I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious nook and cranny. I like a file. It's... isn't that the missing O-Series file, sir? No doubt about it, the blood marks. The blood-lettered mark it clear as day. There seems to be a few pages missing. Well, Thief took only what was necessary and left the rest behind. So what are these 0 files about, sir? I guess they've got something worth stealing in them, huh? Not particularly, it's just a collection of court case files. However, the cases within these files are not mine. Huh? They belong to the High Prosecutor that used to occupy my current office. I have my reasons, let's just say I was charged with keeping them as they were. Then that means the thief must have also wanted the file for a specific reason, right? It would seem so. Only the pages related to the case from 10 years ago are missing. I wonder why anyone would care about such an old case. A well-crafted high-quality sofa for visitors. The stitching is excellent. Talk about a luxury waiting area. These babies are also great for napping, you know. You would sleep even out here, detective, in a hallway? Whenever I do, I always wind up dreaming about giving testimony up on the stand. But it always ends up the same. Me getting trounced by a lawyer, isn't that awful? Maybe I should give it a try sometime. Didn't envision myself winning, naturally. I think that's... Put the thief's not under here. I guess there isn't enough space for anyone to hide under here anyway. I mean, if someone could contort themselves to fit, it'd be really impressive. Sounds to me like somebody has already tried at least once before. Yeah, that's cute. I was wondering if I may speak with you a bit concerning this case. I've always been a big fan of the courtroom, but this is like a dream where I'm being cross-examined by the Miles Edgeworth. I can't let this chance pass me by. I must remember to ask about the Master Key. I should jog her memory by showing my notes to her with tea. Have you ever met the victim before? Well, I've seen him a couple of times before when I had to go to Mr. Portsman's office. Mr. Faith was always playing basketball with Mr. Portsman, sir. That sounds like fun! Just once I'd love to play with them. It sounds fun, but the only person ever taking a shot was Mr. Portsman. All Mr. Faith ever did was pass him the ball, sir. On second thought, I don't think I'd fit in at all that well with them. Miss Maggie Bird, correct? I take it that you are an acquaintance of the detective? She was under my supervision back when she was still on the force, sir. One day she got caught up in a murder and things started going downhill, so she quit. But I owe a lot to Detective Gumshoe for introducing me to my current employer. Or so I thought until a few hours ago. Right before I was about to clock out for the night. You got caught up in this whirlwind of a case, correct? Don't worry, my whole life has been nothing but a whirlwind of bad luck and failures. Since I was 6 months old when I fell from the 9th floor of my apartment building, I've been hit by all sorts of vehicles, gotten sick from all sorts of foods, failed at almost every test I've taken, experienced almost every kind of disaster. And now I even managed to be named a criminal just when I became a security guard. Also, thank you so much for the 54 months long lost. That's a lot to go through in one lifetime. I know, and just when I thought I had finally found my happiness, I ended up getting you and Detective Gumshoe involved in my bad luck. You don't need to worry about me, Miss Bird, nor do you need to worry about yourself. I will solve this case and prove your innocence. All I ask in return is for your cooperation. Yes, sir, Mr. Edward, you can count on me. I'll do all I can to help. Whoa. So when did you discover the master key was missing? By the time I realized it, I think it was around 1 AM, sir. And I noticed it was back at around 2:30 AM. It was just sitting there on the ledge where the security room's reception window is. But I'm sure that between those 2 times it was not just gone, but stolen, sir. Why is such an important key stored in such an insecure place? It's not like that, sir. We always keep the key further inside the room, away from the window. Always, you say, except for this time, correct? Well, I admit that I was a bit careless, but I had my reasons. I left it out because I was sort of using it at the time. It was after I had used it that I left it sitting out on the ledge. She used the master key. What did you mean by you used the master key? Oh, I had to use it to open the door for this prosecutor who had forgotten his key. I mean, it's my job as a security guard, right? What is it? That's right, I just remembered. The prosecutor who forgot his key. It was Mr. Portsman, sir. What? Please tell me more, Miss Bird, quickly. It was around 12 AM. Mr. Portsman had forgotten his office key, so he came down to security, sir. And that's when you loaned the master key to him? No way! It's against regulations to loan the master key out to anyone. I walked with Mr. Portsman to his office and opened the door for him personally, sir. I see. And then what happened after that? Well, he called for me to come close up his office as he was leaving to go home. That was around 1:30 AM, I think. So, in summary, for the sake of one forgetful prosecutor, you used the master key twice tonight. Talk about suspicious! I doubt you could say that you've never left your keys at home, Detective. This calls for a thorough examination of Mr. Portsman's door. What's basketball doing here? That's Mr. Portman's prized possession, sir. I heard he also plays soccer or dodgeball and even tennis. And not a single one of those sports is suitable to be played in a hallway. It looks like you're in quite a pinch, Mr. Edgeworth! To be sure, a murder within the walls of the prosecutor's office is no trifling matter. You must find, apprehend, and punish the killer according post haste. Sounds like a messy case you got on your hands. If you ever feel lost or need some advice, my door is always open. Oh, gracious, I will keep your offer in mind. Who is this guy again? Is everything alright? Yes, sir. If you must know, I weighed myself this morning and I'm finally 154 pounds. Congratulations, but I was asking about this hallway in this room. Oh, everything's okay, sir. A word of advice, stay focused or you may start to lose even more weight. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. The door is locked tight. I bet the old credit card trick wouldn't work here, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? This is the office of a high prosecutor, detective. These doors would be pretty ineffective if the average cat burglar could get through them. Also, hi Chozo, how are you doing? So I guess only a great cat burglar could get in. That must be who our culprit is. Might I advise you to return that conclusion to whatever pawn shop you bought it from. Room 1203. I take it that this is Mr. Portsman's office. Yeah, you can't mistake it because of that basketball hoop, sir. Oh, that reminds me, Mr. Portsman had actually wanted room 202 really badly. But since you're already occupying it, Mr. Edgeworth, we put him next door, sir. So why was Mr. Portsman so particular about getting room 1202? I'm not sure, but I bet it's because something like his birthday is December 2nd? Yep, that's gotta be it. I can't think of another reason why. I can think of at least 3, but I'm even wasting time thinking about this. A minimalist yet classy door made of top quality wood. It's kind of majestic too. Fits in real well with the ambience of the prosecutor's office. Even Mr. Portsman seemed dignified just because he works behind one of these. Nonsense, a man doesn't become more or less dignified because of where he works. Well, he still seems more dignified than Mr. Payne. Mr. Payne? I suppose custodial work can always be dignified. It's Mr. Portsman's personal basketball hoop. I can't believe he put something like this in the hallway of a prosecutor's office. But, you know, it's actually pretty useful, sir. I haven't gotten lost trying to get to your office since it's been here. How long have I had the same office and yet you still manage to get lost? What's the basketball hoop doing here? Hey, didn't this used to be just outside next to the building a long time ago? So when and why was it moved indoors? I don't remember exactly, but I saw one of the officers drag it up here recently. Drag it? Yeah, that it wouldn't fit in the elevators, so the poor guy had to bring it up himself. All the way up to the 12th floor. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious nook and cranny. I don't see any signs of forced entry. According to the guard, no signs that the lock was picked either, sir. Meaning that the door really was opened with a key. Did you happen to ask if any of the prints were lifted from the doorknob? Apparently the doorknob's clean as a whistle, wiped, they think. Whatever this thief is, they did a good job of not leaving any clues behind. 1202. These 4 numbers on the nameplate alone proclaim this to be my office. Whoops! Hey, these number plates slide right out, sir. They have to be able to take the plate off when a room becomes vacant, you know. Although the idea that it can be so easily removed is kind of. It's thoroughly made, making it nearly impossible to break it in by force. It's almost majestic, sir. I wish I could be as stately as this door. Only Gumshoe would praise a door as something greater than himself. Being a detective has its own rewards and a certain virtuous value, I think. If you live up to your full potential, that's a poignant trait that anyone can admire. I see, so you're saying, sir, that me being me is the best thing I can do for everyone? Right. That long pause wasn't exactly reassuring, sir. I'm glad that it comes with a nice little check mark, so you can actually be like, I don't know. I feel like I'm missing something else. It's like talking to another Gumshoe. What am I missing? Everything has been checked. We've talked about everything. Well, I mean, there's nothing else to do, so... Keys used to unlock used to unlock Portsman's office at 12 AM and 1:30. Was missing approximately 1 AM until 2:30. Actually, this and this are kind of weird. Miss Bird, I'm afraid there's a flaw in your story. No way, pal. I mean, sir. You said that you locked up Mr. Portsman's office at around 1:30 AM, correct? However, the master key had already been stolen at that time. Wow, nothing gets by you, Mr. Edgeworth. You saw that contradiction like a pro. I had totally forgotten about that, but thanks to you, I remember it now. You're right, it was around that very time that I realized the master key was missing. And? Well, I'm a security guard, sir. I couldn't just admit to losing the master key, could I? So I pretended to lock up his room, sir. You pretended? Yeah, I used my house key and made it look like I was locking up, sir. So, in actuality, you never did relock the door, then? Well, I thought that maybe I could go lock it after I found the key. To think of it, I guess the door still hasn't been locked properly. The spirit unlocked the door, but master key was stolen, so she couldn't lock it up. Wait a minute. Yes, sir? Oh, deduce. This spot somehow connects to any evidence I hold. Okay, so I'm understanding this. I need to deduce this now.
Eureka!
There's a contradiction here being between reality and the evidence. If what Miss Barrett has said is true, then why is this door locked tight? Huh? You know, you're right. Miss Barrett, are you sure you didn't relock this door? I am certain of it, sir. And I don't think Miss Portsman noticed it himself that I hadn't... Which means... what, sir? It either means that he actually does have the key to his office, or that the door Miss Barrett opened wasn't this one at all, but a completely different one. She opened a different door, but how can you prove that? There's an easy way to find out. All we need to do is... we need to examine these... prints on the number plate. The prints on the number plate, they will tell us all we need to know. Everything? Really? Like what, sir? Like, well, for example, and as such, well, we know for the fact that Detective Country's dam only caught... Wow, that was amazing, sir. How did you know? Yes, that's it. Now then, we should get back to doing what we need to do, and that is... examine these... prints on the master key. Oh, prints on the doorknob, right. That would make sense. The prints on the doorknob will tell us everything. Hey, you! Hey, you. Yeah, you, pal. Do us a favor and see what you can lift from this, okay? So, what did you find out? There's no need for such belligerent nostril flaring, Detective. Sir, I found only Mr. Portsman's and Miss Faith's prints on this doorknob. So only 2 people's prints were found on this, huh? That's pretty decisive. Huh? I'm lost, sir. Thinking logically, a certain other person's print should be on this doorknob as well. Whose print should also be on this doorknob? Why, Maggie Bird.
Take that!
Don't you find it odd the prints of the person who unlocked this door are absent? You mean... Yes, the door that Miss Bird opened could not have been this one, but a different one. Miss Bird said she unlocked this door, but her prints were not found on the doorknob. What have we here? Oh, rest until I've inspected every suspicious nook and cranny. What is this? Looks like a scrap of paper. I'll get it, sir. Let's see. Oh, there's something written on it. I brought... it looks like a note from the victim. I brought the 3 pieces of evidence by, just like we talked about on the phone. But it looks like you're out. Guess I'll catch up to you later. Buddy. Yeah, and it's from Mr. Portsman. This is a classy door made of top quality wood. It's kind of majestic too. Fits in real well with the ambience of prosecute. Nonsense. A man doesn't become more or less dignified from where he works. It's pain. Hey, wait a minute. What's this? What are you looking at, sir? Oh hey, how about a game? That's okay, Detective. I just found the position of this hoop to be a little off. Hey, you're right, sir. I guess it shifted when someone made it seriously a sweet slam dunk. The positioning of the hoop is definitely unnatural. I'd better take notes of this. There are signs that it's been moved. Investigation complete. Thank you. Poking around in this hallway has actually paid off quite handsomely. Huh? How so, sir? In a variety of different ways. I think it's time we had a little chat with the real culprit of this case. You know who the killer is? Wow, Mr. Edgeworth. As long as my logic is sound, then yes. The mastermind behind this murder is none other than Mr. Portsman. What? Mr. Portsman? I knew it. That's exactly what my logic senses were telling me too. I suspected him from the very instant he accused Maggie of being the killer, sir. That is anything but logical. Lady and gentlemen, prepare yourself. Come what may, it's time to knock out truth. It's time to knock on truth's door. Mr. Portsman, I finished processing the bloody letters, sir. All right, let's take a gander at it. Pass it here. Hey, looking good. You there, take good care of this. Oh! Well, if it isn't Detective Gumshoe. End of the line for you, End of the line for you, Portsman. We've got you now. Call off your dog, Mr. Edgeworth. Is this some kind of joke? It's no joke. We know, Mr. Jock Sportsman, that you, Mr. Jock Sportsman, that you are the guilty party in this case. You must be pretty upset getting chased out of your own room. I'd be mad too. So I guess you can stay, if you promise to stay out of our way. You intend to hide your crime under the guise of a prosecutor doing his job. I can see right through the unsightly paper-thin mask you wear upon your cowl. Ha! Who would have ever thought it would come to this? Actually, come to think of it, you're a mentor as Manfred von Karma, right? The legendary prosecutor who never lost a single case for 40 long years. But there was always this incessant chatter about forged evidence with that guy. Really teaches me that I've got to stay on the lookout for false accusations, you know. Long lost, I'm going to squeeze at you. Are you done trying to play mind games with me? Because they won't work. The only thing you should be using that mouth of yours for is explaining yourself. Although that too will only dig your hole deeper. Either way, your game is up. Well, aren't we full of ourselves, even though you have yet to prove anything? I have no idea what sort of harebrained idea you have in mind, but there's a mountain of evidence that points away from me being the culprit. Besides, how may I ask do you propose I unlock your door and got in here? Look, I feel bad doing this to you, but I got work to do, so we're done here. Sorry, but we are not finished yet. Boy, you're stubborn. I suppose you're basing your accusations on something. I'll show you what I'm basing my accusation on with evidence. Rebuttal! How may I ask that I was able to do this? Why, you had her do it for you. Besides, it's been moved. How may I ask, do you propose I unlocked your door and got in here? With the master key! It's the master key to every office in the building. Do I just present the master key? Because it's like... He says, how do you propose I unlocked your door and got in here?
Objection!
I believe you were able to open my office door with the master key, no less.
Objection!
Wait. Hold on for a second. I never laid a finger on that key, as you already know. Precisely, you were able to open my door without lifting a single finger. Well, maybe you did, but only to direct. That's right, you used your finger to direct this person to open my door with this key.
Take that!
You had asked Miss Bird to open your own office door for you, yes? Yeah, I kind of forgot my key at home. Happens a bit too often for my taste, you know. But the room you had Miss Bird open at that time was not your own, was it? What? You have quite the imagination. But why don't we ask the girl herself whose door she opened, shall we? I'm certain that it was Mr. Porcelain's door, sir. I checked the number plate to make sure I was opening the right door, sir. See, Miss Bird backs up my story. Yet, what if you had misled her to fool her into thinking what you wanted? Huh. And how do you suppose I did that? By switching the number plates on our doors, for example. That's right, they do slide out pretty easily. Furthermore, you then used one other thing to give a very strong impression. That the door she was opening was yours and not in fact mine. What was that? What was it that Mr. Portsman used to make Miss Bird think it was his room? It was this!
Take that!
What? The basketball hoop, sir? It's quite the peculiar fixture in any hallway, let alone a hallway in this building. Which is why it left an unusually strong impression on you. It's an object perfectly suited to sit just outside the office of a peculiar prosecutor. Ugh. That's very true, sir, because that was a basketball hoop sitting there. Because there was a basketball hoop sitting there, I thought the door I was opening had to be Mr. Portsman. There are signs that the hoop had been moved. To sit it in front of my office, to be sure. I see, so that's how you throw suspicion on people. Thanks for the tip. But I think your conjecture is a little off the racetrack. Now you're just spouting nonsense. I had the girl open my office door. After that, I was in my room the entire time. You don't have a single reason to suspect me. So he intends to claim his innocence at the end, does he? I'm as pure and innocent as my jacket. And Miss Bird is as dirty and guilty as the jacket she wears. My jacket's not dirty, I'll have you know. I just washed it yesterday. Please calm down, for I intend to show who is the one truly covered in slime here. I don't think I have anything. After that, I was in my room the entire time. You don't have a single reason to suspect me. I guess that would be a reason.
Objection!
Well, okay. I do need to press. Got it. Let's just press and see what we can do.
Hold it!
Nonsense, you say? Yeah, because I'm telling the truth here. Let the girl open my office door.
Hold it!
Using the master key, of course. Sure, you have a problem with that? That is what the master key is for, right? Perhaps we should place it in an elaborate labyrinth of some sort for people like you. After that, I was in my room the entire time.
Hold it!
And what were you doing in your office? Doing my usual training regime. Training regime? Were you going through your law books from start to finish? Mainly batting practices and some weights. Oh, and I jog when I get the chance. Wow, you must be the buffest prosecutor we have. With the weakest legal muscles, it would seem. I was doing my usual workouts, so... Oh, wait a minute. After that, I was in the room the entire time. Then why was this note left there?
Objection!
Yeah, actually, that's a better place to put that. That was a lie. What are you talking about? How was that a lie? This is a note that the victim left for you, Mr. Portsman. A note? It was left under your door, or did you not notice? And right here it says, but you're out. You were not in your room when the victim came to call on you. So then, where were you, and what were you doing? Ah! Shall I explain it in full detail for you? You were busy snooping around in my room, the very room you had Miss Bird open for you.
Objection!
That's just nonsense! You have no evidence that I made the girl open your door for me. Oh, but I do. I have very decisive evidence. No way! This is proof positive that you had Miss Bird open the door for you. Miss Bird says she unlocked this door, but her prints were not found on it.
Take that!
I had your door dusted for prints. My door? What for? Come on, I bet you didn't find anything. You sure are good at wasting time. You're right, I didn't find anything, and definitely not Miss Bird's fingerprints. Prints? What do they have to do with anything? Let's put it this way, if she really was the one who opened your door, then her print should naturally be on the doorknob she touched. Further, all of the prints on my office doorknob have been wiped off clean. I can only assume it's because Miss Bird's fingerprints were on it. Don't you think it's time you gave up your charade? We know you stole into my office with the intent of stealing something from me, and Detective Faith found you. Possibly because she heard sounds coming from a room whose occupant was on leave. Mr. Portsman, you killed Mr. Faith to silence him. And I had the misfortune to return when I did. You had to threaten me as you escaped. As I said when you had the gun to my back, no one gets away with committing murder in my office. And just what's so funny, pal? Well, that look of stiff seriousness on the face of this office's finest prosecutor, as he makes a huge mistake in accusing me, is simply too much to bear. There's just nothing else like it in the world. What? Mr. Edgeworth just explained it all, and he even backed it up. You're the murderer! Stop trying to be slippery and just admit to the crime already! And as I said earlier, it's all so circumstantial, so full of conjecture. You say you checked my doorknob for prints? Well, I can readily confess that I had wiped that doorknob down well. I'm a little obsessive-compulsive, you know. I didn't want to touch a doorknob that you had touched, which is why I wiped the doorknob as soon as I could after you opened the door. After that, it makes perfect sense that only Jim's and my own prints would be on there. You made that up just now, didn't you? Furthermore, as for the note Jim left for me, do you know exactly when that was? For all we know, he could have left it before I arrived at the office. Like early evening, for example. Are you saying you failed to notice a note in your doorway? Hey, even geniuses fail at times. I was probably too preoccupied by work-related matters, although that's no excuse. No, that's just a flat-out lie. There's no way you didn't notice a note that size. Also, hi for Requiem. How are you doing? Hope you have a good lurk. Mwah. But you can't prove that, can you? Say something, Mr. Edward. Back me up here, sir. Portsman making a good point. I can't prove that he didn't simply overlook it. Besides, I have an airtight alibi. Airtight, you say? I only just realized I had one as we were talking. I guess it would have been better for all of us if I had told you sooner. If memory serves, you came back to this office at around 2 AM, correct? And it was then that you had that unfortunate confrontation at gunpoint with the culprit. But at exactly that time, I was down in criminal affairs. Ask around, I'm sure the other detectives will corroborate my story. It's the perfect alibi. Do you really think it's that perfect? Like I said, I don't care. Ask around all you like. You'll see for yourself. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir? I'll go check out his alibi, sir. Be right back. Mr. Edwards, sir, I think we're in trouble. It's just like Mr. Portsman said. The guys down in criminal affairs said they saw him at around 2 AM. You see? All of the evidence points to him being the culprit. So there must be a contradictory point in his alibi somewhere. got. Body was found at 205.
Hold it!
You are correct, it was around 2 a.m. Are you sure? It's really important to me that you spot on with the time. I remember checking my watch then, and make no mistake, it was 2. Giving testimony like a pro. Okay, so you came back to your office at 2. And it was then that you had the unfortunate confrontation at gunpoint with a culprit.
Hold it!
It was as you say, however. Yes, however, you are the only one who claims to have bumped into the culprit. So tell me, did you see the person's face? Was it me who you saw? It was pitch black, so I couldn't actually see.
Objection!
Well, come on. I'm sure you saw something. Try a little harder, why don't you? I'm beginning to feel like I'm the one being interrogated here. Oh, well, it doesn't matter if you don't remember or not. It only matters that you ran into the culprit. But exactly that time, I was down in criminal affairs.
Hold it!
So you paid the criminal affairs department a visit? Yep, right after I left the prosecutor's building, I headed straight for the precinct.
Hold it!
Well, we did go and ask around to confirm your testimony. And it was just as I said, right? Yes, sir. A number of detectives said that they saw you at around that time. See? I have the perfect alibi. That's the ace I had up my sleeve. Ugh. Possible. He actually does have the perfect alibi. What's wrong? Why the sudden sullen look on your face? Can't you say anything back, Mr. Edgeworth? I think we've reached the end of the line, and it's time to get off this crazy train. You there, sir? Please escort this young lady out, but remember, be gentle. Maggie! Detective Gumshoe! Is there nothing I can do? There must be a way to turn this situation around. If I only had a clue. Did I miss something that can help me cast doubt on his alibi? Then who could have it been? I need to calmly think this through one more time and with logic. I feel like it has to do something with... Because maybe there are 2 people in the office, which would explain his alibi. Maybe? Evidence points to the shells being disturbed once before and after the murder. But who is to say that the person who did it the second time is the same as the first? Which could mean that there was another person who paid a visit to my office tonight. Maybe the killer and his killer weren't the only visitors to my office. Maybe the victim and his killer. If indeed there were 2 culprits, then that resolves the contradiction behind our murder weapon. Despite the fact that there are 2 bullets here in this room, the murder weapon only shows signs of being fired once, leaving the possibility that the other bullet was fired from the other visitor's gun. Furthermore, if we suppose that the second culprit's gun was the one that was pointed at my back,
Objection!
Mr. Portsman, it seems that I need to amend my assumptions regarding this case. Great, so you finally come to your senses. Mr. Edgeworth? Sir, what are you saying? This has been a big misunderstanding on my part from the start. I'd assumed that the person I ran into was the killer, but that may not be the case. What do you mean? The person I ran into was just your average thief. A thief? But sir, doesn't that cause some sort of contradiction in the facts? Not at all. It simply means that the killer was someone else. And it means that in actuality, two culprits stole into my office tonight. What do you mean two? It explains both why my shelves were disturbed twice and how there were two guns. Miss Portsman tricked Miss Bird and gained entry into my office.
Objection!
Now you're just leading the argument. You still don't have any actual proof, you know. If you could please go along with my hypothetical scenario for now, Mr. Portsman. In the end, if you really are innocent, you should have nothing to worry about. Now then, returning to my scenario, Mr. Portsman was about to steal something from me. Which is why he checked my secret safe and ransacked my shelves. This is the first time. So then, this would have been the files were put back in the wrong order, right? Correct. And then, just when he was about to look somewhere else, who should walk in but his own partner, Mr. Faith? But why did Mr. Faith come into your room, sir? He probably had business with Mr. Portsman, which is why he was in the area. But that was when he noticed sounds coming from my office, would be my guess. Oh, because you were supposed to be away, right? Then he must have thought it was odd, so he came into this office to check it out. Correct. And as a detective, that was the right thing to do. But when he came in, he found his own partner standing there. Because it was Mr. Portsman, Mr. Faith probably let his guard down. But Mr. Portsman was not so merciful as to let him leave alive. He waited for a chance and stole Mr. Faith's gun from him, and then he killed him. He silenced Mr. Faith for catching him in the act of stealing. This was the moment in which the first shot was fired, the one that landed in my files. Following that, Mr. Portsman wiped the gun down and left it behind as he made his exit. He could afford to do that because he had also left the fake dying message behind. You're such a complicated troublemaker, you know that? Well, if things were as simple as that, then all would be solved. However, there was yet another visitor to my room, and this is where it gets complicated. There was another visitor, sir? Yes, and this other person's objective was to steal something from me. Now then, even after Mr. Portsman left, the door to my office remained unlocked. However, this new visitor had no way of knowing that, and so they stole the master key from the security guard's room, and then entered my room and searched through my shelves. This was the second time they were disturbed, and it seems the thief found their prize. They stolen 0 files, right, sir? Correct. Only just as the thief was about to leave with the file, I appeared. The thief then threatened me with their own gun and made their escape. The second bullet was fired during that brief encounter. So the shelves getting messed up twice, and the 2 bullets, it was all because 2 different people were doing those things at 2 different times. Precisely. So now do you see, Mr. Portsman? The person I met was just a thief, and was not, in fact, Mr. Faith's killer. An alibi for the time frame in which I ran into the other person is now irrelevant. Because we now know that the murder took place during the first culprit's visit.
Objection!
What's so funny, pal? Absolutely splendid. Your scenario explains everything. Of course it does. It's Mr. Edgeworth, after all. But you know, it still doesn't change the fact that it's all circumstantial. Supposing if, and that's a big if, your theory is right, it would indeed render my alibi, which has withstood scrutiny, minute irrelevant. But there is still one defining point of your argument for which you have no evidence. Your supposition that I was the first visitor. Mr. Edgeworth, you can't let him get away with that, sir! But he has a point. I have absolutely no proof at this point. Don't say that, sir. I don't believe this. Don't worry, Maggie. I'll do something if I must. You know something? I find your attitude to be somewhat peculiar, Mr. Edgeworth. If the person you met really was just a plain old thief, then why is that person not your main suspect? That is, if your theory is correct. That thief you ran into should be your real suspect, wouldn't you say? We should be out there looking for that thief right now. They might still be nearby. I hate to repeat myself, but as I already said, I was training in my room. And when Jim came to deliver some evidence to me, I was down at Criminal Affairs. So I can't be expected to know what happened around here and then. What happened around here after I left. So you think we should be out there looking for the thief? Of course! That was the time to be having these dead-end discussions. Don't think it's all dead-ended. I find your alibi to be fascinating. Let's continue where we left off, shall we? I know he's lying. I know he was here at the scene of the crime. So I have to find a way to prove it. Let's press him until we find something. Actually, no, I wouldn't. Why not? That's elementary. The dying message, of course. Mr. Fate's killer very clearly left those letters in the spine of those files. And it was after they were there that the thief stole one of them. You mean the old files, right? And that's how we also know the letters themselves were a setup, and not from Mr. Faith. If the thief was the killer, do you think they would try to undermine themselves? Maybe the killer just didn't think of that either? Yes, that must be it. Maybe, just maybe...
Hold it!
Once escaped, I highly doubt a thief would linger nearby. Well, you never know. Maybe they didn't get what they were really after. Oh, you talk like you know quite a bit about this thief. It's nothing like that. I have no idea about anything after all. To repeat myself, but I've already said I was training in my room.
Hold it!
But according to Mr. Faith's note... Hold on, I thought we already cleared that up. Didn't we just say that Jim left that note for me in the early evening? If you have proof that he left it at a different time, say just before he was murdered. I don't have any, no. See? So I insist again that I was in my office the entire time. And when Jim came to deliver some evidence to me, I was down at Criminal Affairs.
Hold it!
Why didn't you go there with Mr. Faith? That's because he said he was tired and going to take a quick nap. You know those sofas in the hallway? He likes to sleep on those. It's one of his habits. And what of the evidence he brought? There were things related to yesterday's case, just 2 items, a gun and a pendant. Interesting. This piece of testimony seems too crucial to let slip through the cracks. Wait. I brought you the 3 pieces of evidence by. He brought me 2 items.
Objection!
Only 2 pieces? I believe the proper phrase here is you fail. Excuse me? You fail as a prosecutor, Mr. Portsman, as you intend to keep evidence hidden from me. What are you talking about? I haven't hidden anything from you. Well, here's the piece I think you should read carefully. It says that Mr. Faith was bringing 3 pieces. Yes, and this is the victim's real dying message to you, Mr. Portsman. I can't believe to get tripped by simple arithmetic. Where is the missing piece of evidence? It's... You have it, don't you? Only the guilty would make such a face. Detective Gumshoe. You don't have to say it, sir. I'll pat the guy down from head to toe. Don't come any closer, I'm warning you! This is all part of the investigation, pal, so don't even think about stopping me. No! Hey, what's this? He had this on him, sir. Despite what you said, it would appear that you do have something to hide. But why would he hide something like that? There's only one reason why anyone would hide evidence of this caliber. Because it would unequivocally point to that person himself as the real killer. Let's examine this videotape in a little more detail. For the section of the tape that would drive the last nail into his coffin. That's blood, isn't it? Yes, and I believe this is what the good prosecutor was trying to hide from us. This blood is still fresh. You mean this might be Detective Faith's blood? No! No! You've got it all wrong! No amount of denial can save you. We have but to run a blood test to find the truth. You told us that you had received evidence from the victim earlier. Now you would tell us when and how did the victim's blood find its way onto this video. Yeah, it's totally suspicious. Was at the moment of his death. Did Detective Faith have this videotape on his personage when you killed him? You know very well there's no way to prove that. Not even if we were to examine this tape for fingerprints. If I had to take a guess, I'd say that the only ones on here would belong to the murderous you and Mr. Faith. Impossible! That's a bad thing to do. Mr. Portsman has been placed under arrest for the murder of Detective Buddy Faith, sir. Very good. And the result we got back from Ratex on the tape turned out to be real solid, sir. The blood work came back, and it's definitely Mr. Faith's blood on there. And as a bonus, they were also able to lift a few of Mr. Faith's fingerprints as well. Thank you so very much, Mr. Edgeworth. I still can't believe I got to see your cool deduction skills outside the courtroom. I'm impressed beyond words, sir. It was nothing. I'm just sorry you got caught up in a murder in my office. Please accept my apologies. It was nothing, really, compared to what I've been through, I mean. I consider myself lucky that it was only a burglary and a murder this time, sir. If it had been a holdup or a hostage situation, I'd have been throwing my hands up in the air. I think I'm finally rising up from a goddess of misfortune to just unlucky person. Something tells me we should have hired a different person for security detail. You know something, sir? That Mr. Portsman really was one corrupt prosecutor. And why do you say he was corrupt? And why would you say he was corrupt? Well, I heard that there were a number of suspicious things related to his court cases. There's even rumors about how some of the evidence he uses is forged, sir. Forged evidence, huh? And they say he even decided not to prosecute a few cases for some really vague reasons. Well, that guy was a complete disgrace to the entire profession. We never did get around to asking what his reasons was for breaking into my office. Yeah, whenever we got near that topic, he just clammed up. Although we can be pretty certain that it was to steal something. This is just between you and me, sir, but there's a rumor that some sort of huge organization is involved behind the scenes. Oh, well. With Mr. Portsman not willing to divulge anything, it certainly lends credence to that rumor. It would seem that we haven't heard the last of this. Huh? Mr. Portman isn't the bad guy? I didn't say that, but rather that there are still many more mysteries for us to solve. For example, we still haven't figured out the significance of this piece of evidence. Oh yeah, it would be that one.
Take that!
The person who stole this file, the other villain of the night. Yeah, I wonder who it was. And what happened to the stolen pages? I wonder, who in the world was it that held me up at gunpoint? Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Yes? I came across this while I was processing your office earlier, sir. This card. What is it, sir? Is that a bird or something on there? It's not just any bird. It is the mark of the raven, a three-legged raven. Even you should know what this is, detective. It's about that thing, isn't it? That great thief everyone's talking about! Yes, it is the mark of the great thief, Yatagarasu. Yatagarasu. Yep. Under the mark of a legendary bird, the Yatagarasu is noble to the end, a modern Robin Hood. Labeled mysterious and phantom-like, the Yatagarasu appears and vanishes at will. The noble Yakadara vigilante of the business world reappears! Though we don't know much about this thief's ultimate goal, we do know the targets. The Yatagarasu likes to find and make public evidence of corrupt dealings of all sorts. The theft is always performed in silence and always with perfection. Once a target is chosen, no dramatic calling card or announcement is sent forth. Instead, the chosen corporation is infiltrated without even the target noticing. Some days later, the evidence that was found is sent out to the mass media, along with this single card. Although, it has been a while since the Yatagarasu last appeared. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth! Look, something's written on the back! What? Let me see. It's the location of where the thief put the stolen files. So the person who stole the contents of the file was the Yatagarasu. Hello, Lotus, how are you doing? Organization, quite a few key words are popping up in this mystery. Murder in my office. Return of the great thief. Looking back, I can't say I didn't see these events coming. For they were heralded by the incidents that began to occur 2 days ago. The end! Ah! Nice. Nice! Turnabout Airlines. Ugh. I could keep going. There is nothing wrong with me if I keep going. It would be nice. I think I have enough energy to do a little bit more. I'll have to stop probably at the next juncture, but that's fine. Is that Francesca? Episode 2, Turnabout Airlines. The murder that occurred in my office. The return of the great thief. Think back, everything began on that fateful day 2 days ago. "2 days earlier! Go you! Yes, everything began high up in the air, 9,000 feet. Thank you for flying GoYou Airlines. We are currently experiencing some slight turbulence. We are asking all passengers to please return to their seats and fasten their seatbelts. First floor lounge. Ugh. Why do I feel like I just woke up from a horrible nightmare? 6:13, huh? Guess I was out cold for about 10 minutes. Slight turbulence indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, we are currently experiencing some slight turbulence. For your safety, we ask that you return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts. I suppose turbulence is to be expected on a flight. Though admittedly I'm less than comfortable with anything resembling earthquakes. Can't seem to not get involved with a horrible I know, he can't help it. What's this? A travel wallet, but it's not mine. How did someone else's travel wallet wind up in my pocket? My head. Why won't this headache go away? I'll take care of this travel wallet later, or hand it off to an attendant. From an earthquake-like turbulence to an elevator! What am I doing hesitating like this? Actually, I know full well why I hesitate. It was when I was still but a young child. I was caught up in a murder that happened in an elevator. But how long am I going to let my past haunt me? It's just an elevator. I'm a grown man now. I need to behave like one. What the? What in the world happened? Is something wrong, sir? I must ask that you please return to your Ah! He's dead! Please remain calm. We mustn't jump to conclusions without all the What's wrong? Did something happen? You murderer! No! You have it all wrong. It wasn't me. Second floor, first class. I love how this guy just has like all this booze around him, like. Everyone, I am sorry to interrupt, but I have an important announcement. I am one of your flight attendants today, Rhoda Tenniero. Unfortunately, we have just had a minor accident on this flight. An accident? Don't treat us like we're stupid! I got a glimpse and it was a murder! What? Murder? What's going on with this flight? Everyone, please calm down. There's no reason to panic. This flight will stay on course and make its scheduled landing. We are still currently in the middle of a rough patch of turbulence. So until we are out of this area of turbulence, I ask that you please remain seated. Someone was killed, right? I mean, what about the killer? Let me off! Please, there's no need to feel threatened. We have already apprehended the culprit. I ask that everyone please remain calm. What the heck is he talking about? Why should we remain calm? My name is Miles Edgeworth. I am a prosecutor and I assure you I am not the killer. Ha! Being a prosecutor doesn't make you incapable of murder, buddy. Now you listen here. I am not the killer. I simply found the body. So you say, however. I am sure that you are the perpetrator of this crime. I swear on my honor as a professional flight attendant. Oh, is that right? I know what I saw. And there's even very strong incriminating evidence to back me up. What kind of incriminating evidence is she talking about? We've already alerted the proper authorities at our destination. Until we land, you will remain in our custody by the powers vested in our captain. I am very sorry, but please understand our situation. The situation? I am more concerned with mine and the direction it's going in. I'm not about to just sit idly by while I get accused of murder. Miss Tiduro, is it? Yes. I was wondering if you might give me a chance. A chance to do what? A chance to plead my case. And a chance to ask what you meant by incriminating evidence just now. To accuse a passenger of such a grave crime without allowing him to give a proper defense. Can the professional flight attendant inside of you really call this action righteous? You have a point. Very well, I will listen to what you have to say. But be wary of what you reveal. I'm afraid you'll only look even more suspicious if your explanation fails to satisfy. I also do not have the time to deal with you all day, so please make it quick. Of course, as you wish. Good. Very good then. Let's get started. I know for a fact that I didn't kill that man in the elevator. What I don't know is what sort of evidence she has up her sleeve. But I am certain it doesn't fit into how the crime really occurred. I swear to tell the whole truth as a professional flight attendant. Unfortunately for you, Mr. Edgeworth, I am certain you are the killer. The scene I saw in front of the elevator. It was you standing there with fresh blood dripping off of the murder weapon. So, if you would please cooperate, we will turn you over as soon as we land. Picked off the floor in front of the elevator. It isn't mine, so whose is it? License to love, laugh, main, and... All times correspond to our departure time zone. That's it? That's her evidence? I don't think you could ask for a more perfect witness testimony. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Edgeworth? Not really. It's hardly perfect when there's a gaping hole in it. Free, Mr. Edgeworth, I am certain that you are the killer. The scene I saw in front of the elevator. It was you standing there, fresh with blood dripping off the murder weapon. thing that he had in his hand was the little wallet thingy. So this should be the thing in which...
Objection!
Miss Tenero. What is it with that yelling of you? What is it with the yelling all of a sudden? Force of habit. Well, it doesn't matter. Miss Tenero, you say you saw the murder weapon dripping with blood, is that correct? Yes, all that blood dripping. Just recalling that scene sends a chill down my spine. Sorry, but your so-called professional flight attendant training has failed you. What? I'd like to direct your attention to this. Do you know what this is? It's a travel wallet, right? But it looks a little big and bulky. The thing you saw me holding when I discovered the dead body in the elevator was this very travel wallet, Miss Tenero. Impossible! Now then, do you still think I am the killer, that I killed him with a travel wallet? But... no, but I saw blood dripping from the wallet. I know I did. As you can see, this wallet is clearly stained. But if you would be so kind as to take a whiff, I think you'd agree it's only grape juice. Yeah, grape juice, not wine or anything. Then... that's right, you mistook grape juice for blood. The murder weapon dripping with blood does not, in fact, exist. Oh! There, that should clear up that pesky accusation. Wait just a second. That is... I mean, even a wallet could be deadly if it was wrapped around something heavy. I demand that you show me what's inside, please. She's trembling, and the tacked on please at the end sounds like I've got her. There's no need to look inside, even you can tell from its appearance that it's light. I can be sure of anything until I see the contents of the wallet for myself. She's a persistent one. I suppose we have no choice but to see what's inside. Miss Tenero, if you would be so kind as to open the wallet and check its contents for me. Alright. I usually don't pry into passengers' belongings, but we have no choice here. Republic of Borgina. Borginia? It seems that this passport is all that is in here. As you saw, there is nothing but a passport inside. This renders your wallet was a murder weapon argument moot. Wouldn't you agree? Please, hear me out, Mr. Edgeworth. Borgini. It's a fake country, but anyways. What is it now? Well, I was wondering, whose passport is it exactly? Can I take a look? Why not? I'm rather curious myself. This is... just as I thought. This travel wallet belonged to Mr. Akabe Hicks. No, Akbe Hicks. Which makes it the victim's property. In front of the elevator, there is but a passport inside. You stole the victim's wallet, didn't you? How dare you? You said it yourself. You claimed to be holding this wallet in your hands when I found you. Perhaps I did misconstrue the wallet for the murder weapon, but it seems that I wasn't wrong about who the culprit is. As you claim, the murder weapon is not the travel wallet. However, it is something you stole from Mr. Hicks after you were done with the vile deed. I find it hard to believe myself, but your motive was very simple. You were out to steal Mr. Hicks' money, weren't you? So even though I didn't have the murder weapon on me, you still suspect me, I see. You stood up at the crime scene with the victim's wallet in your hands. How can I turn a blind eye and not suspect you of foul play? Mm-hmm. His money. His money is all over the place.
Objection!
I wonder if I might get a word in, Mr. Tenuro. Good night, friendo. Ah, good night, Requiem. Hope you sleep well. What is it now? Miss Tenuro, I wonder if you noticed the contradiction within your own testimony. What are you talking about? It's simply impossible that the motive for this murder was monetary theft. One glance at the crime scene should have told you that. What about this scene would prove that the motive for the murder was not the money? What about this scene would prove that the motive for this murder was not the money? The money on the floor?
Take that!
If I may direct your attention to the things strewn up all over the floor. Ah! That's right, the floor is covered in bills and coinage. If you're rational, these were the very things the killer was after. I think we can assume that the wallet fell during the victim's struggle with his killer. And I would think that the killer would have noticed something like money scattering everywhere. Furthermore, as you can see, there was no effort made by the killer to gather the money. But the wallet...
Objection!
Ah yes, the wallet. You will also recall that the only thing in it was Mr. Hicks's passport. If you're really insistent that it was a crime based on greed, then you're claiming that it was all for an empty travel wallet. Forgive me? Please? Hey, what the heck? Are you saying the attendant's wrong? So the guy isn't the killer? Huh, don't believe it, everyone. It's a trick! Will you all please be quiet? Miss Tenuro. Yes? You lost your cool when you saw the dead body. Plus, the lounge was dark, and looking into the light from the elevator, it's easy to see how you mistook the wallet in my hand for the murder weapon. I take no offense that you thought that I was the killer. Mr. Edgeworth. Thank you for releasing me. Ooh, what is it now? Miss Tenuro, if you could please translate, I'd be much obliged. It sounds like Borgian, but I don't understand any of it. There's another attendant on this flight who...
I said that he's giving the runabout. I don't require an interpreter. I speak English just well, see? You, the attendant.
Yes, sir.
I want this person to be under the arrest until we arrive at the airport.
I'm sorry, sir, but what exactly are you hoping for?
What is it you want? I am finished talking to the likes of you.
Please, I would like to hear why you would like me to be held under arrest until we land.
You! How dare you try to waste my time?
You're the one who stuck your nose into my affairs.
I wanted to spend even at least one more second with my precious art. I have no time for other things. I know what you are. I see through you. Insolvent? Yes, I'm pretty sure that's how you say it in English.
Well, I should hope I'm not momentarily bankrupt. Well, I should hope I'm not monetarily bankrupt, but I don't think that's what you meant. I'm sorry, but I don't think I caught your name. I am Zinc LeBlanc's II, the second. I am a very wealthy man in the Borginia.
But I am not an ordinary rich man. I am an art dealer, a rich seller of beauty.
Mr. LeBlanc, what did you mean just now?
Pardon?
When you said that Mr. Edgeworth was giving me the runabout.
I have to explain? Unbelievable. I will say it once and only once. I do not have even a second to waste. Time is money, as they say.
Yes, and yet you continue to blather on.
I saw it. Yes, I did. I saw the victim go onto the elevator. Go down to the lounge. It was exactly at 6 o'clock.
License to love, laugh, maim, and murder. And what's the significance of that? At 6, he says.
Wait, you saw him at 6?
What's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth?
He understands, I see. Miss Attendant, what time do you discover the body?
Well, it was a little after the patch of turbulence, so I would say around 6:15.
Hicks was his name, wasn't it? Then I say the man Hicks was killed in the 15-minute time span. And the only person in the lounge at that time was this prosecutor, yes?
Duh! I was in my seat the whole time!
Me too. I was watching the movie and enjoying a fine glass of obviously grape juice and nothing else.
I was still eating. Still haven't finished it.
The passengers all have an alibi, so you have no problem with them, I suppose. Oh, the plate, I see. Not a single word against this, right?
I have no way of discounting what you have put forth at this point, but it wasn't me.
Oh, so you say, but do you have what you say, the evidence?
Mr. Edgeworth, are you really the culprit after all?
Mr. LeBlanc, I suppose you're quite certain in what you saw, enough to give testimony. Of course, I was looking at that man the whole time. He was playing with an annoying little small machine the whole time.
Machine?
That's what you people call it in English, yes? It was making me crazy with a click, click, click.
From that description, it sounds like some sort of small computer. I think that Mr. LeBlanc is talking about... What he's talking about is a cell phone. I have to say that I didn't see him playing with it quite a bit myself. I have to say that I did see him play a simple cell phone, a laptop or organizer I can see, but it's kind of low budget.
I hate that noisy little machine in his hand. That's a fragment of beauty. All it produces is ugly sounds. Anyway, I know what I saw.
Miss Tinero. Yes? I was wondering if I might be granted permission to examine the crime scene. What? You want to examine the crime scene? If you would grant me a little measure of time, I'm sure I can produce the real culprit.
I don't see this. I don't like the sound of that fox in the duck bin. Yes, I think that is how you say it in English.
It's Fox guarding the hen house, and I believe my innocence was proven earlier. And if I'm given the chance, I can clear up all the remaining doubts. Miss Tinner, if you wait until we arrive, there's a good chance that some evidence will have been destroyed by then. I understand. Let me see what the captain has to say.
Ha! This should not be approved.
Please, Mr. LeBlanc, in an emergency, all decisions are to be made by the captain alone. Now please wait here until I go ask the captain what to do. I'll be right back.
You're not planning to erase evidence when you are doing your investigation, yes?
Of course not.
We will see.
So hi, Thorin. Mr. Edgeworth, you have the captain's permission to investigate the crime scene.
What? Unbelievable!
I'm in your debt, Miss Tinero. However, there is one condition. I am to supervise you. Can you agree to that? Of course, I see no problem with that stipulation. It's only natural, as I am still a suspect in this crime. I take full responsibility and will watch Mr. Edgeworth's every move. I hope this is a reassurance enough that there will be no foul play. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, shall we proceed? If you should need my help with anything, please feel free to use the tea to talk. It's time to head to the scene of the crime, the first floor lounge. How did you find your meal to be, Mr. Edgeworth? Come to think of it, I forgot all about it. I must have been asleep or something. Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Let me prepare you something right away. What are you apologizing for, Miss Tinman? I failed in my professional duties by letting a passenger go hungry. Please, help yourself. If you see anything you fancy, feel free. I think I'll take my time later after I've solved this case, thanks. Excuse me, but may I have a word with you? You there! If you need something, please ask Miss Rhoda over there, okay? What the? Hey, wake up, you! Terribly sorry that she's being so rude, Mr. Edgeworth. No need for you to apologize. I just find it hard to believe she's asleep on the job. If I were a boss, I'd see it so that her salary was cut so low that it was in the red. It's a movie poster for License to Love, Laugh, Pain, and Murder. That's a Go You Airlines sponsored movie. It's a suspense, hard-boiled action, romantic horror comedy flick. Is that the genre listing for this thing? Yes, it's a movie that can be enjoyed by anyone because it encompasses all those genres. I can't even begin to imagine what the plot would be. Yes. But you have to admit, it has piqued your curiosity, right? I heard the main strategy with this genre listing was to make people curious. Well then, consider the mission a successful one. This was Mr. Hicks's seat. I don't see the machine Mr. LeBlanc was talking about. Perhaps it's in the elevator? Maybe. We should probably head down to the crime scene now.
Hurry up and investigate. Time should not be wasted. Precious is human time is how you say, I believe.
Mr. LeBlanc seems to be protecting this gargantuan vase on the chair rather closely. It's a marvelous vase, though, isn't it? Yes, I dare say so as a professional attendant. I don't think there's any real connection between a piece of art and being an attendant. But I'm not just any old attendant. I am a professional flight attendant. As though there was such a thing as an amateur flight attendant. It's my seat. Unfortunately, I didn't bring anything particularly useful for an investigation. It's not as if I'm constantly prepared for such things to occur. Ah, that's right. I was in the middle of recreating a chess game. Just an observation, but aren't there too many red knights around that lone blue pawn? Nonsense. It simply shows that the blue pawn is no match for the red knight's might.
Don't get near me, you criminal!
He said, don't get near me, you criminal. I am not the killer, and I intend to prove that starting now.
But that's contrary to the facts!
He says, but that's contrary to the facts. I can understand his English just fine, thank you very much. What's a lifesaver doing here?
I bought it at the flight store just beyond the lounge! If something should happen, having one will save your life!
I think this guy would have been better off not taking the plane to begin with. If I may have a word with you.
This steak, so awesome!
It's great to hear. However, I would like to ask you a few questions.
I was here the whole time, so wouldn't know.
Eat or speak, please pick one. Nom 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 nom. I think he chose to eat. Yes, I can hear that. Hey, miss, how about another glass? Excuse me, but I was wondering if you know anything about the murder. How about it? How about a glass together? Sorry, but I must decline. I wasn't talking to you, I was asking the cute attendant. I'm sorry, but I'm on the clock right now. But if you need a refill, I'd be happy to bring you another glass at any time. You got it, Toots. That's no way to talk to a lady. I want to thank you for your help back there, Miss Tenro. Oh, it's nothing. You should thank the captain for granting your permission. And just so everything is perfectly clear, I still don't trust you. Your standing with me hasn't changed one iota. I see. I will bear that in mind. Fortnite and cola. I'm going to toss you. I have received an order from the captain. He wanted you to know that we reserve the right to stop your investigation if we feel you are not making progress. And when we do, he asks that you please return to your seat at that time. So my time runs out. At his and his crew's discretion, does it? I have to find a way to discredit Miss LeBlanc's testimony before time's up. I understand. By the way, is there any place you can think of where the killer might hide on board? I don't think so. After every first-class passenger was accounted for at his or her seat, we made a thorough search of the plane. As for business and economy class, no one can move between those two classes in first class without a staff keycard. And we found no record of a keycard being used at all. Which means that I have a first-class killer on my hands. At least I know that much for sure. And one other thing. No one else has been allowed near this crime scene since the murder was discovered earlier. Now then, let's get started. But where should we start from? Let's start with LeBlanc's statements. Crime occurred between 6 AM and 6:15. During that interval, the only person in the lounge was myself, which would make me the prime suspect. However, since I did not kill Mr. Hicks, it means that the killer was around somewhere. If we are to believe what you say is true, then yes. The first order of business will be to gather information to win your trust. The in-flight shop is just beyond these shutters. But we don't have permission to open them, so I'm afraid I must leave them closed. There must still be clues to be found in this lounge. I must remain ever vigilant. A pity that a bronze statue knows not when a good drink has been spilt at its feet. This is a statue of our founder, Mr. Hugo Hughes, who was a big fan of grape juice. I'm sure he would be thrilled if he knew so much grape juice was here at his feet. If that's a hint of hero worshipping, is that a hint of hero worshipping, Aidita? There's some spilled grape juice in front of the elevator. Doughy Halloween fog shall feed the turn. Shall feed the tum now. I see. I assume it was spilled during the turbulence. Oh, we must clean that up or someone might get hurt. Aha! What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? I found some very important evidence. What is an important piece of evidence in this scene? The footprints?
Take that!
What is it? They're a little smudged, but I think we can both agree that they are a set of footprints. There's some spilled grape juice on the floor in front of the elevator. So you think... Yes, these belong to our killer. Oh, then maybe we should check the shoe size of everyone in first class. I don't think that will be of any help to us. Unfortunately, the prints are too smudged, which will make it harder to get a definitive match. Oh, I see. What floors does this elevator service? Only the first and second, although it can also go down to the cargo hold. However, that requires a flight crew keycard. So the only floors accessible to the passengers are the first and second, huh? What is this sinister-looking figure on the floor here? Oh, that's a piggy bank of our company mascot, Captain Ugo. It's just one of the many pieces of merchandise we sell at our in-flight shop. This bank is a limited edition. This bank is a limited edition. It's so popular that we're down to our last one. You have an in-flight shop? Yes, it's just beyond the lounge to the right. The shutter to the store is closed at the moment, but it was open the whole flight up until Mr. Hicks's body was discovered. There's blood on there. Could this have been the murder weapon? I wonder what was hanging off of this lanyard. Something's missing from this picture. Now, if I could just put my finger on it. I doubt anyone was expecting to find a dead body in an elevator on this flight. So, Mr. Hicks, he's really dead? Yes. She's trembling, although I can't fault her for that when there's a corpse right there. Mr. Hicks, if you're really dead, then please answer yes. I see she's over the trembling now, although a new symptom seems to have appeared. Anyway, I should focus on the victim's body. Let's see. There's blood on the back of Mr. Hicks's head. Could this be the cause of death? Appears to have been struck very hard. Even his glasses are broken. There's something sticking out of his pocket. Hopefully he won't mind if I take a look at what's inside. It's a picture. It looks like it was taken inside a building somewhere. A souvenir picture, perhaps? Oh, it was his phone! Money is strewn all over the floor of the elevator. I would guess it was all in Mr. Hicks's wallet at some point. Time to deduce! Somehow connects to any of the evidence I hold. Eureka! Mr. Hicks's machine is nowhere to be found. His machine? His cell phone, Miss Tenro. Ah, so I guess because it's not here. Yes, I think we can safely deduce that the killer took it. The victim supposedly had one, but it has gone missing. Did the killer take it? Eureka! Sorry, I find it so funny for him to be like, Eureka! Also, hi Afro, how are you? Is there still more to it? But it never hurts to take another look. Shoes. There's no grape juice residue on the soles of the shoes, making it highly unlikely that Mr. Hicks entered this elevator after the turbulence. Yay! Okay. Working on something. It's been taking a lot of time. Ooh. You should show it to me sometime. Last is a candle thrown in disarray by the turbulence. It's been a while since I've seen this big of a mess. It's terribly embarrassing, but I thought it was an earthquake for a second. And I frantically started searching for a gas valve to shut off. I guess the shaking of the plane was bad enough to be mistaken for a real earthquake. Not that I would know, since I was unconscious for most of it. This toppled over chair, yet another victim of the turbulence. No, look at that grape juice staining the back! I may not look it, but this chair was extremely valuable. It was. Hi, Mitsuru. I see that you are done with SMT at the moment. Did you do some more grinding? Did you do successfully dealing with things? But hello, everybody. Vexiomi, if you don't know me, and I'm just a big fat panda on the internet that's currently enjoying some investigations and having fun with it so far. Kind of getting into the groove of it and having a fun time with it. Yes, it was used when the rocker pals came to tour this plane. The rocker pals leaders sat in this very chair. I'm sorry, but what are these rocker pals? I can't believe you've never heard of them. They're all the rage. The rocker pals are an extremely popular international band. They added the pals part as they became more popular, especially among teens. That explains it. I'm not really one for the music of today. I did not do any grinding, but now I'm going to. Because I have to. You say this. You say you have to grind. I think you just enjoy doing it. Maybe I should ask Detective Gumshoe about them later. On second thought, I can already see how confusing the conversation would get. What or who is this? This is the bronze statue of the founder of GoU Airlines, Mr. Hugo Hughes. The one on the left is of when he was in his 40s, and the other is of him in his 80s. Did the man age at all over those 4 decades? Maybe I need to squint more. These counter windows offer a glimpse of the sky, but these clouds, they tell me nothing. Mr. Edgeworth, you look like you're talking to the clouds. Is that so? Then tell me, what do you suppose I said to them? I don't know, but it looked like a rather one-sided conversation. No, I have to do it, otherwise I'll get harwalled by the final boss. Oh, what do you gotta do? The clouds, they tell me nothing. There are a few copies of Sky magazine in the magazine racks. This month's special is an English trivia quiz. That's not a bad idea. I've heard that the youth of today don't know a particle from a particle. From a particle from a participle. No, please don't go around confusing people with made-up words, Mr. Edward. Never heard of such a silly word as participle. Case in point. These bottles and glasses must have been broken by the turbulence. There's quite a bit of a broken glass here. Please be careful when passing through this area. Thank you very much for the warning, Mr. Edward. However, no matter how kind you are towards me, know that it does not clear up any suspicion I have about you. I wasn't warning you for the sake of clearing my name. I need to get food. I'm gonna be in my walls. Ugh, it should just be sitting in my lap. Thank you. This door leads to the flight attendant's room, but please understand that it's off limits to unauthorized personnel. The room is giving off the scent of woman's perfume. One would think that perfume would smell great, however to me it simply smells. Not that I have any interest in what lies behind this door. Perhaps we should return to the investigation, Mr. Edward. Mr. Edward? Sorry, I spaced out for a second there. This grand piano is the pride of this place. It can play the music of whatever CD we insert into its CD drive. That's not a piano, it's more like an overgrown music box. But it's keys to press along with the music, as though there really is someone playing it. Hi, Pixel! Smush your face. Mwah. Some people have entirely too much money to waste on overly complex toys. There's some Perla in front of the elevator. Where is the killer? Let's connect that first. A statue with blood on it lying next to the body of a man who was beaten to death. Mr. Edgeworth, I think I figured something out. Yes, what is it? The way the blood is on this, it looks like it matches up with the wound on his head. Well, aren't we deserving of the master of the obvious title? Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? Don't you think that's worth investigating? It would appear that this figurine is our murder weapon. But, oh, I just knew it. I mean, I can't think of any other connection. Perhaps Master of Oblivious would be more befitting. Usually on display at the in-flight shop, found at the crime scene with blood on it. What clue points to where the killer could have been? I can't see a clear connection between these two pieces of information.
What do you mean you can't?
Oh well.
What am I, stupid?
Oh, you can actually point and click too. That's fun. Well, he lost a little bit of life, but that's fine. As if he's not a member of the... I mean, look. He has to put up some appearances. The same smell as the smell of my towels after they come out of my home dryer. I would never expected something like that by the looks of you. There's something unpleasant about them. There really wasn't anything else as far as I could tell. Do I just... blood on the one of the corners. Could this be the murder weapon? It says Go You Airlines. You know, I've seen it occur a lot recently, and it's been bothering me greatly. Why do some brands think it's acceptable to simply smash two words together and call it a day? I suppose this is where you insert your coins. To say for picketing, it's made rather well. So well, in fact, that I'm not sure there's a way to take your money out. It's because it's apparently his favorite drink. Oh, that's funny. Grape juice stains the outer cover. Sure, it was I who dropped it in the juice, however, I didn't do it of ill intention. There's no money whatsoever inside this travel wallet. It seems that this passport is all that's in here. movie was starting at 6. Interesting. I already tried that and that didn't work. I don't know what I'm supposed to put together. And I feel like I'm just missing something. Ask you about investigating the lounge. As long as you have the captain's permission, I can't stop you from looking around. If you can pass the message along, tell him I'm grateful for the spirit of cooperation. I will, however, please realize that you're still under suspicion. To be honest, I still have my doubts about you. Of course, and I take no offense. Do you really understand what I'm saying? Yes, verily. Do you pinky swear you do, on the honor as a professional prosecutor? I pinky swear I do, on the honor of my professional prosecutor. Well, I guess that settles that. I feel my honors immensely diminishing. If you showed that, I cannot allow you to put yours in. Okay. Do you notice anything? I was wondering whose footprints those are next to the elevator. I say the killers, wouldn't you say? Even if they aren't, I'm sure they are a vital clue to solving this case. Maybe there are other clues waiting to be found in the other places. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, let's go find them together. Nobody likes a credit thief, so stop stealing my lines. I was wondering if you noticed anything, Miss Chinro. Yes, I can help you notice the sad atmosphere in here. Yes, it's a rather tragic crime scene. I'll say, robbing the poor man after bludgeoning him to death. Talking about rubbing in the salt. I can't forgive someone who would do this to a passenger of mine. I swear as a professional flight attendant that I will capture the culprit with my own hands. And I promise as a prosecutor to solve this case with logic and deduction. Leads I have collected so far one more time. Key to solving this lies in the intersection of my logic and the evidence. And even though it's because some people... But because of that, that does seem kind of silly. Why would the game be okay with showing blood and death but not alcohol? You know, a very good point. It's still funny though. Is there just something else I need to be, like, putting together that I'm just not? What clues point to where the killer could have been? Yeah, I'm a little annoyed that these two things don't connect together. Like, why do they not connect? I hate it here. True, there wasn't anyone else in the lounge other than myself right before the turbulence. But if the killer was in the elevator along with the victim, then that's a different story. If only I could prove that the killer rode the elevator with Hicks. Ah! I have it! I'm sorry, but I don't understand, Mr. Edgeworth. I could prove that someone other than myself was here around the time of the murder. What, really? Yes, it's rather simple, actually. It's so simple, I had to make it more complicated, so that I would have to take time to solve it. The proof is in the pudding, or rather the grape juice in this case. These footsteps here confess to me this very fact. That someone exited the elevator alive. Seeing as how the victim is dead, that would mean a second person. I find it really stupid that I have to connect where was the killer and then to the elevator and then connect that to the footprints where it's... But couldn't the footprints be from Mr. Hicks himself? Ah, but if you take a look at our victim's shoes, you can see the soles are spotless. Which means Mr. Hicks wasn't alone in the elevator. In fact, it's quite the opposite. There was actually one other person inside the elevator. I hate it here. Sometimes an issue with Ace Attorney. You gotta go in the order they want you to. Yeah, I know. That's why I just kind of kept forcing it, because I'm like, I know that the piece of evidence it's wanting me to fuck with is, where was the murderer? And basically it's just like, well, you have to first think about the murderer is probably in the elevator. And then we can prove that they're in the elevator because of the footprints leading away from it. What's going on over there? Unforgivable! This is unforgivable! Do you understand what I am saying? The movie is late! It is the same level of bad as if the plane arrived late! But the movie... I will not talk to you anymore. You are just wasting my time. What is the matter, Mr. LeBlanc? If there is no emergency, please return to your seat, sir. Do not tell me what to do. I do not need to sit down. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, do you prove you're innocent yet? Where I jumped ahead of the game's logic. Yeah, and it's really dumb how you have to make these, like, almost, like, microscopic, like, steps to get to, like, the final conclusion. It's like, I already know how to prove this. If you would like, I would prove my innocence to you right now. What nonsense! Are you saying my eyewitness testimony is mistaken? Not mistaken, merely that there is no room for doubt. Merely that there is room for doubt. I'd be most honored if you could please tell me what you saw in detail once more. Fine. Shoot yourself. I am certain I saw Mr. Hicks enter the elevator. It was when the needle on my pocket watch pointed to the 6 and the 12. And the body was discovered 15 minutes after that in the lounge, yes? Then you, the only person in the lounge at the time, must be the criminal. LeBlanc's conclusion seems to make logical sense. After all, the only person in the lounge at the supposed time of the murder was me. So my eyewitness testimony, if you think you can destroy it, then come, let me see. Hurry, do I look like a man who is having the time to wait for you? Why is he so irritated? I'm the one accused of murder here. Anyway, I must find a way to discredit Mr. LeBlanc's account somehow and fast. What evidence do I have? Yeah, if I'm understanding this, the movie would have been starting Okay, time to press.
Hold it!
Mr. LeBlanc, were you able to get a good look at the inside of the elevator at the time?
Of course, I saw what was inside.
And you are sure that the victim was in the elevator alone?
Yes, the only person inside that was Mr. Hicksman.
This outburst is a bit too important to let go. The only person inside was that Mr. Hicksman. Was he really alone?
Of course, I will bet even 1 cent.
A cheap ante for a cheap testimony. But if that's how you want to play it, I'll happily take your 1 cent.
Hold it!
I assume the pocket watch in this case is the one you keep checking, is that correct?
Oh, you noticed? It is very expensive antique. I will have you know. The feeling is wonderful when I fully wind it up by hand.
It does look very well designed and quite classy.
I will have to charge you if you want to touch it.
That's quite alright. Let's continue with your testimony.
Cheap man you are. Now return the time you wasted back to me. And if you must, I saw Mr. Hicks enter the elevator at 6 o'clock.
After it was in the lounge, yes?
Hold it!
It's true that I found the victim's body at 6:15. And that's when I found the 2 of them as well.
You see? This all matches my testimony.
The only person in the lounge at the time must be the criminal.
Hold it!
That is the most mistaken way of thinking I have ever heard.
No. Your silly opinion is what is mistaken.
Please calm down, the both of you. In a sense, you are both mistaken. Oh, if that isn't the pot calling the kettle black, then I don't know what it is. I spy a little hole in his words. And I'll show you proof of my innocence. The Hicks man. Wait a minute. The victim was seated in first class like myself. The only person inside was that Mr. Hicks man. What evidence am I needing to use here? I am certain I saw Mr. Hicks enter that elevator. The only person inside was that Mr. Hicks. I mean, is it this?
Objection!
Okay. I'm like, is it the footprints? Because if that's so, I'm like, okay. Mr. LeBlanc.
What is it?
There is a very glaring contradiction in your testimony.
What do you mean?
Please take a look at the area in front of the elevator. There, at the spilled grape juice.
Yes, and will you admit you also spilled it with the blood?
No, it spilled itself during the turbulence. But the interesting thing here is the set of grape juice footprints.
Footprints?
Yes, the ones that lead from within the elevator out into the lounge itself. It's evidence that proves that somebody other than Mr. Hicks exited the elevator alive. There must have been another person in the elevator with Mr. Hicks. Now then, I'm done playing games. Why don't you tell us the truth? Can you please translate for us? No way. That's totally impossible. I guess is what he said.
Oh wait, that is totally impossible. I know there are no other person in there. I saw with my own eyes.
If you want to know what I think, Mr. Edgeworth, I don't think Mr. LeBlanc is lying to us.
I suppose she's right. He doesn't seem to be lying.
But then, what does it mean? What about this contradiction?
Mr. LeBlanc, please just one more time, will you recall the details of what you witnessed for me? I was very upset when Mr. Hicks passed by my seat. I was always checking the time over and over again. I happened to follow that man with my eyes when he passed me, and I saw clearly into the elevator he was entering. But I swear, there was no one else inside. No one!
Mr. LeBlanc, if you could please calm down.
What dare you have to say an issue with my eyewitness testimony?
No, not at all. Please forget I said anything.
Yet again, he doesn't appear to be lying.
I can't let this testimony stand as the truth.
Rebuttal!
The question is, why were you so upset?
Hold it!
So, are you still upset now?
I'm always upset. The only time I'm not is when I have a piece of art in my hands.
It's surprisingly easy to believe that about him.
But I was even more upset when Mr. Hicks walked by me. I was always checking the time over and over again. Hold it!
Why were you so attentive to the time?
Because something unforgivable was happening.
Come to think of it, you were yelling about something unforgivable earlier.
I was giving a complaint to the attendant about the movie starting time. Getting back to me and my time and money. Understand the point?
Movie? Is he talking about the in-flight one that's mentioned in the magazine? Summary of the plot and its start time. Interesting.
They were supposed to show License to Love, Laugh, Maim, and Murder! I cannot see that movie in my country. You can only see it on international flights. I look forward greatly to that movie. I checked my pocket watch whenever possible so I could not miss it. I even set my pocket watch to the destination time when I came aboard. So my watch is not wrong, it matches the schedule. The movie was still late, very, very late. Hold it!
A pocket watch. I'd like to ask you a little more about it if that's alright. The movie I wanted to watch would not start, so I checked my pocket watch many times.
Hold it!
So this movie you mentioned, is it the one listed in the Sky magazine?
Yes! I was so looking forward to watching License to Love. Hold on.
All times shown correspond to our departure time zone. Mr. Turner, was this movie shown on this flight? Yes, it was shown at the scheduled time. Isn't it possible you simply slept through it by accident?
Nonsense, you doubt me?
No.
Now stop pointing at me like that.
Odd. How did you miss a movie that was clearly helping to see?
Great many numbers, that much I know for sure.
My watch is set to my destination's time. I always set it when I'm aboard. Oh. Okay. Since this is the thing that was added, It's either I need to show it here.
Objection!
Or I need to show it... Okay. Okay, now I just need to know where to show it. My watch is set to my destination's time. I always set it when I board the plane.
Objection!
There it is. Okay. So I had to unlock it, so then that would make sense. Mr. LeBlanc, you said this just now in your testimony. I even set my pocket watch to destination time when I come aboard. Now, if your watch has been set for our destination's time zone, it would mean that your watch is displaying the time of our destination. Yes, and correct time is worth it, 6 cents. I would like you to take a look at this. If you believe the Sky magazine, clocks on this flight run in accordance with the time of our departure time zone. Of course, the movie schedule was also created with that in mind. Mr. Tinro, for confirmation's sake, what time zone is this flight aligned to right now? We made a short stop at a transfer point. That's right, it was in that small Asian country, the Republic of Xingfa. But we didn't readjust our onboard clocks at that time. So right now, we still are running on Borginian time. What? The time difference between Borginia and our destination is 9 hours. In that case, it's only natural that your watch would be out of sync with the schedule. Woo. Further, with your analog watch set to our destination's time, it would appear to be running 3 hours fast when compared to the flight's onboard clocks. It also changes everything about your testimony, and you can bet 1,000,000 cents on that. In light of this information, it means you saw Mr. Hicks 3 hours prior at 3 a.m. My 1,000,000 cents! This should clear up all of the remaining accusations. So this basically widens the time frame for the time of death, right? Yes, because Mr. LeBlanc saw the victim enter the elevator at 3 a.m. It means that the time of death could be anywhere from 3 to 6:15 a.m. The question now is, where was Mr. Hicks during that span of time, and what was he doing? I got something to say. And you are... Oh, hello. I'm Cammy Neal. I'm a flight attendant. And what is it you wish to say? Well, I think your story is a little different from how I remember it. What do you mean, Cammy? I saw Mr. Hicks sitting in his seat at 5 a.m., you know. What? How can you be so sure of the time? Oh, that's right. He pushed his call button while we were parked at the transfer point. The stop we made for refueling and cargo transfer in Xingfa, correct? This flight will be making a brief stop to refuel and transfer cargo in the Republic of Xingfa between 4 and 5 a.m. We ask that all passengers remain on board at time. Thank you for your cooperation. Yes, it was from 4 to 5 a.m. according to our clocks. And during that time, did any of the passengers leave, or did any new ones board this flight? No. Not a single person got off or on in Xingfa. What about the flight crew? A few who were handling the cargo transfer might have temporarily gotten on or off. But eventually everyone, including Cammy and myself, came back on the plane. So basically, I can assume that no one left or got on since our initial takeoff. Interesting. I should keep that in mind. Yeah, and I answered his call. Oh, Taco Bell. Oh. I can tell you Mr. Acme Hicks was there in his seat when we took off again at 5 a.m. Was there in his seat when they took off again at 5 a.m.? Alright, then that puts the time of the murder between 5 and 6:15 a.m. Okay, now what time did you come down to the lounge, Mr. Edgeworth? I remember coming down here almost as soon as we left the Republic of Zhengfa. You were here the whole time from 5, yes? Then you are the only one who could be the killer. Mr. Edgeworth, were you really here in this lounge the entire time from 5 a.m. onwards? Unfortunately, yes. But then, how do we explain the footprints?
Is that not obvious? This man waited for Mr. Hicks here in this lounge, waited to kill him! And then you put the corpse into the elevator! As when the turbulence happened. My witness testimony may have been mistaken, but what time I saw Mr. Hicks enter the elevator on the second floor does not matter, because the entire incident concluded here in this lounge.
The thing happened in this lounge. Is that what you really believe, Mr. LeBlanc?
What? Do you have another idea?
I simply feel that there's something out of place in the scenario presented. Why am I being so sleepy? It's so yawny. Is there something that can tie this crime to a location other than this lounge? Is there something that can tie this crime to a location? I guess this?
Take that!
The murder weapon. This little piggy bank is sold at the in-flight shop. It is sold there and only there, and is not displayed here in this lounge. How then did it find its way here? Don't you find that a tiny bit suspicious?
Such a trivial point. It only means you prepared it, taking it from the shop first before coming here. To prove you aren't innocent at all.
Is there no way to win this man? If I may.
What is it?
You see, well, it's just as Mr. Edgeworth says.
Oh? And what do you know? And why do you know this so well?
Well, it's just that the piggy bank was there in the shop. That piggy bank was there in the shop. I saw it with my own eyes. And when was this? It was maybe around 5:40 a.m.
Isn't that just before we hit that patch of turbulence?
That's right.
And you were in the shop just before the turbulence?
Yes, I was. Come to think of it, Miss Tenro, when I found the body, I believe you came out of that door. Yes, I did. And what is beyond that door? That's the flight attendant's room.
Then you were on the first floor?
Yes. I had to do something at the shop in the in-flight attendant's room. So I went to the shop first and then to the flight attendant's room. Are you saying you passed by me at some point? Yes, you seemed really into the issue of Sky Magazine you were reading at the time. I don't suppose you noticed me walking by. I vaguely recall someone walking by, but I didn't take notice of who it was. Anyway, the piggy bank was definitely there at the shop when I went there.
Why did you go to the shop in the first place?
I went there for a work-related matter.
Work, you say?
Yes, the upkeep of the shop is one of my responsibilities.
Why did you not say anything about this until now is what I want to know.
In any case, I believe it's clear that the shop needs to be investigated as well. Shall we head over there then? What is it now? Aren't you forgetting something, Miss Rhoda? Don't you need the captain's permission to check the shop? No, I haven't forgotten. But I have already asked him for permission to search the entire plant. So I think we're alright. That's weird. What is? Well, I just talked to the captain, see? And he said that he didn't give you permission to do anything like that at all. What is the meaning of this, Miss Tinro? It means she's lying. Go ahead and admit that you are. You said you had permission to search all over, but you don't, and yet here you are. I meant Belgrande is now coated in Diablo sauce. Of course it is. I'm calling it now. I've never played this before, so I don't know who's guilty. You, flight attendant! What are you trying to do? Pull the sheep over us? The captain's calling for you, Miss Rhoda. Oh, but don't worry. I already got permission to search the shop from the captain. See, unlike you, I do things the right way. Miss Tinro, why would you do such a thing? Please excuse me. Looks like I get to be in charge now. Please go back to your seat, Mr. LeBlanc. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth. If you would follow me, I will be your guide from now on. There's something about Miss Tinro that has piqued my curiosity. But right now, investigating the in-flight shop is my top priority. Miss Mealy, about investigating the in-flight shop. No use to me asleep. Wake up! What? I need you to come with me so I can search the shop. On ahead without me. I'll catch up with you later. Why has this woman not been fired yet? I am really mad. You had better hurry and bring to me some evidence. Wait just a little longer while we look into the shop. Don't number the birds before they are born! Don't number the... what? I have no idea what he's trying to say. Don't count your chickens before they hatch, perhaps. All I ask of you is your patience and cooperation. I checked this area out earlier, but it never hurts to take another look. Well, let's not worry about this. So this is the in-flight shop. It's quite a mess in here. You think? Guess I'll have to clean things up then. Teehee. Hold on, you can't clean up a potential crime scene. Oh, thank goodness, I hate cleaning so much. I mustn't rush things here, I must remain cool, calm and collected. Because this piggy bank was left at the crime scene. There's a very good chance the killer had paid this place a visit. Beginning the investigation. What are these? Those are a company's completely original line of suitcases. They're practically flying out the door. That's how popular they are. You should buy one and see how you like it. You won't regret it. Perhaps that's how things work in this flight, but in the real world, you try, then buy. No way, but either way, it doesn't really matter. True. Anyway, why would anyone want to buy a suitcase after they've boarded the plane? Anyway, see that? Just look at all the Captain Ungo heads painted on there. Cute company mascot, isn't he? They're painted on with a lot of the paint on with a lot of care. Doesn't he look like he's about to jump out at you? It is certainly making something jump inside my stomach. I guess there's no fooling your refined taste. You look like you really wanted to get one. And I thought I was going to finally make my first sale, but you saw right through it. Glad that's done, though. Never make me try to give you a sales pitch ever again, okay? But I never showed you any interest to begin with! It really is pretty horrible, isn't it? You want to know something? This suitcase was designed by Miss Rhoda. Miss Chinro designed this? Yeah, it was a company-wide contest. Well, it does have a very sharp design sense. Sharp, like sticky sharp cheddar, maybe. Also, hi guys. I really have no idea why the bigwigs decided to go with it. It's so... Miss Chinro's designed this, did she? It's definitely not what I would have expected. Duh! You okay? Fine. Please watch yourself, Miss Mealy. A suitcase rolling freely around has got to be a safety violation. Plane shaking cause it to roll. In-flight suitcase display can be hazardous. Yeah, here, I'll put it back. Actually, why does it not have the wedges? Inside this display case is a row of lifesavers and life vests for sale. We sell a lot of those when there's some kind of accident or something, but some people buy them even when there's nothing going on. It's just kind of base for just breaking the customer service facade. I do love that. How about it, Mr. Edgeworth? Care to buy one? I sense that the shop is one shopper's way from being sued. Stuffed toys, just like the one Miss Mealy is holding, are on display here. They're relatively cheap, which explains why they're displayed so haphazardly. How about it, Mr. Edgeworth? You know you want one too. They're graver when you're stressed. How do I envision stuffed animal abuse when she says that? Girl. I feel like this girl is like... I feel like she needs help or something. That's all I can say. I just look at her and I'm like, There are all kinds of luxury name brand merchandise for sale in this display case. And they're lined up in such a manner as to scream "buy me" to any passerbyers. Glass from this display case door shattered all over the floor. And it looks like there's nothing on display inside either. Actually, I think there is something. What's this? A mini captain's hat. I swear I've seen one of these before. Oh yeah. There's a wide selection of souvenirs for sale in these display cases. You know what I'd suggest? Sorry, but I've no intention of buying souvenirs on this trip. Okay, then how about you buy something from me then, as a present? I can't think of a single reason why I'd want to buy you anything. I've had my eye on that pendant for such a long time. Try paying some attention to me when I ask you something, and then we'll talk. Beautiful flowers and a beautiful arrangement. Cleanse just by looking at them. Well, you're kind of stepping on a few of them, you know, Mr. Edgeworth? Oh, excuse me. I don't know much about this shop, but you can still ask me about whatever. What do you think about anything? So, what do you think about what has happened regarding this case? I don't know. I guess I think you're the killer, though, Mr. Edgeworth. I can assure you that I am here in this shop to prove just the opposite. Yeah, but it was me that got you the permission to look around. You know? So don't forget that, okay? How am I supposed to thank you properly if you insist on falling asleep? You know what really show your thanks? You see that item for sale over there? Sorry, but you're going to have to make do with my words of appreciation. I'm going to have to... Wait, was he wearing this cap? The hat probably used to be on the piggy bank's head. Let's give it a go and see. I believe this piggy bank was forcibly removed from this display case. Can we check out the window? Does this mean that the killer broke the glass to get at it? Found the crying culprit must have shattered the display case to take it out. Oh, really? Don't tell me you don't know what things go where. Don't tell me you don't know what things go where in this shop. Well, I don't. Miss Rhoda's in charge of this place? So, come on, how should I know anything? I sense that further inspection of this display case is needed. I won't rest until I've just... The glass on the door is broken. Perhaps it was the killer who broke it in order to take the piggy bank. But it's a bit odd that the inside of the case is so devoid of glass shards. Plus, the glass is broken rather cleanly. Ah! What is it? I touched the glass and I cut my finger. It hurts, Mr. Edgeworth. It hurts. Please tell me you can deal with such a minor cut on your own. For security, there's a lock on this display case. Miss Mealy, if I may ask you about this lock. The one who's in charge of the shop is Miss Rhoda, so she's got the keys to all the display cases. I see. Oh, I bet you want to buy something? You want me to go and get the key from her? No, that's alright. Is this the same man as the one portrayed by the statues around the elevator? Yeah, that's a paperweight of the founder of GoU Airlines, Mr. Hugo Hughes. Mr. Hugo Hughes. On the bottom shelf, we have the cute ones. The middle shelf is the realistic ones. And on the top shelf, that's the floral version. Floral? Are you sure about that? Let me guess. You just said the first thing that came to your mind, right? Looks like hit the bullseye. GoU Airlines related books line the shelf. History of GoU Airlines, the future of GoU Airlines, 7 wonders of GoU, fight on GoU Airlines, working name, Yugo Airlines, Yugo. Titles make it very clear that they won't be making the top sellers list anytime soon. So, I guess I can deduce something? Is this spot connected with any evidence I hold? I guess this? Eureka! There's definitely something very unusual about this. About what? If the killer had broken the glass to get at the Captain Hugo Bank, there should be shards of glass inside the case itself. I see, yeah, I guess it'd be like that. However, there's not a single piece of glass inside the display case. Nope. No, there isn't. Which means that the glass was broken from the inside out. I think Pinky must have fallen over from the turbulence and right through the glass. Ah, that's for sure. There's so much glass all over the floor. I'm willing to bet that this hat was knocked off its head at the time, too. That's nice. Which leads me to believe that the killer took the Captain Ugo Bank from here after the turbulence. Let's take it out of the display case and then after the Take your power naps on your own time, Miss Mealy. And listen while I'm talking. What? But the murder occurred before the turbulence, which rules this piggy bank out as the murder weapon. So you mean the bank's not the real murder weapon? It's a fake? Yes. At this point, that is a very real possibility. But then what if when the killer went to take Captain Ugo, they broke the glass by accident? The display case is locked, so that's highly unlikely. Yeah, but there's one person who could've. And who would that be? Miss Rhoda, of course. I mean, she's the one in charge of this place, so she has the keys to everything. Miss Rhoda Tenro, huh? Ugh. Yes, there's definitely something wrong here. What's with the sudden yelling? Tell me, Miss Mealy, don't you think there's something strange about these suitcases? Well, sure. They totally ooze strange, like the color and such. It's not what I'm talking about. Now pay attention. You're scaring me, Mr. Edgeworth. Sorry. These suitcases are lined up a bit too prime and proper. Yeah, they look a bit uptight, don't they? But I guess they take after their creator. Again, that's not what I meant, Miss Mealy. Don't you find it unusual that these cases are the only things undisturbed by the turbulence? Never mind, I'd sooner find an answer by inspecting these suitcases myself. On closer inspection, they really are quite hideous. I wonder how Miss Rhoda would have reacted if she heard what you said. What's wrong? She makes a good point. It would be wise to me to watch what I say out loud. She lives up to her namesake of Cammy Mealy. Yep. Why does your sprite come with the shape of That's dangerously. Stop it. What's this? I spotted something that's not quite right. What is unusual about the suitcase? Well, I mean, it doesn't have these.
Take that!
There's something very peculiar about these wheels. As in, there are no stoppers in place on these. Without stoppers, one would think that the turbulence would have sent it flying. And so it is very likely this suitcase was placed here after we hit that turbulence. Let's take a closer look at it, shall we? A 1200 price tag, not exactly priced by someone with a conscience, I'd say. What's this? The wheel is completely covered in something. Its color and the scent. It appears the substance in question is grape juice. But why would there be juice on the wheel of a suitcase? It would appear to be unlocked. Let's take a look at what's inside. A piece of cloth. And it's soaked with blood! It's blood! It appears that the suitcase is very strongly tied to a murder after all. So explain this to me? What does the suitcase have to do with the murder? I believe it's pretty safe to say that the killer used this suitcase in some manner. Such as to remove something, perhaps? But aren't you just talking about the cloth though? That alone is too small. A larger item would be needed to move what I'm thinking of. The thing I believe the killer used the suitcase to transport is... Oh. The body! Okay. Well... It would make... Oh, okay, I just can't do that. So hopefully it would just be this.
Take that!
Something that would fit inside a suitcase this is also covered in blood. That would fit inside a suitcase that is also covered in blood. Sounds like a dead body, doesn't it? This was used to transport the body. It was designed by Ms. Rhoda Tenero. Found inside the suitcase, its beautiful pattern has been soiled by blood. But in light of this, I'd say that Mr. Hicks was moved into the elevator from someplace else. Which means that the murder was committed in an entirely different location. So you're saying that after moving the body into the elevator, the killer brought the suitcase in here and just left it? Exactly. What is it? Nothing. Just that I was thinking about what Ms. Rhoda said about coming here for something. Excuse me, Mr. Edgeworth. I wanted to give you a bit more time, but I'm afraid I wasn't able to convince the captain. I'm very sorry, Mr. Edgeworth, but the captain feels that he has allowed you ample time. He says that he'd appreciate it if you could wrap it up here and return to your seat. I understand his sentiments, however, if I'm not allowed to complete my investigation, the crime scene may become contaminated by the time we land. If I must stop, then I insist I be allowed to oversee the preservation of the two sites. Under your supervision, of course. If that's your only condition, then I believe we can accommodate your wishes. I am here to assist you in any way that I can, Mr. Edgeworth. Sounds like fun. Can we camp out and watch over everything together? I found proof that the real crime scene was not in the lounge. I have enough evidence to prove myself to be innocent of any wrongdoing. And yet, regarding what Miss Ely reminded me about Miss Tenero, I can't allow my investigation to end here. The truth must come to light. Actually, this is a great time to stop. This is a perfect time to stop, actually. So I'm gonna go ahead and close that. Perfect. And I still stand by this being the strongest first chapter in the franchise. Technically, this is the second chapter. But it's still a very fun chapter, though. I will admit that much. What is this? Well, I guess I'll go ahead and just right into them because I am feeling very, very silly and simple right now. So we're gonna raid into a good old big boy. And we'll just call it a night. I'll probably be playing more of this literally on Thursday and Friday because this is a very fun game for me and I am very much enjoying this game a lot. Had a feeling it was spacey. Of course. Look, I like serrating into that big fatty boy that I just want to be like with him about. Also, it is storming and I might as well just be like, I pushed my luck well enough. So thank you all so much for being here. I love you all. I will see you all on Thursday as I will continue more playing this game. I hope you all have a good time. I love you all. Blah, 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 blah.